Morning, everyone. Welcome to IDCon24 Day 2. We have a very brief video from Senator Allen that we're going to play this morning, and we'll do that as people grab their seats. So we'll go ahead and just play that now.
Well, hey everyone. So sorry I can't be there with you all today. I'm back in my district, and for better or for worse. But this topic's so important to me. I'm Senator Ben Allen. I've worked with many of you on this really important topic, and I'm just particularly excited to see a focus on shared ideas for best practices to tackle the seemingly unending problem of illegal dumping. Now, I chair the Senate, the California State Senate's Environmental Quality Committee, which hears all the bills and policy ideas relating to solid waste, recycling, and hazardous materials. And a common theme among so many of these bills and proposals is that it's just the overwhelming cost that's currently burdening our cities and counties in managing all of this waste, and also the issue of illegal dumping. Now, we hear about the cost of collecting material, transporting hazardous waste, sorting trash from valuable materials, cleaning up items that folks have dumped on the side of the road. And considering all these challenges and their impact on residential garbage rates, one fact becomes evident. Much of our system is simply not working. Now, when I first became chair of the committee, I had the opportunity to take a deep dive into our waste system. I discovered so many of the points where the flaws in the system were leading to more landfilling, more cost, more confusion. Of course, too often we were being told that the real issue is that the consumers needed to be more motivated to recycle more, or dispose of their waste correctly. And the only solution to this problem was more education. But it became clear over time that was just a very small part of the real story. I learned that much of what the average consumer believes is recyclable was not actually getting recycled. In fact, less than 15% of single-use plastic is recycled in California. However, consumers dutifully fill their blue bins with items that they believe are recyclable. This is wish cycling, which contaminates the recycling stream, makes it more costly to sort and clean through the truly recyclable material. I was doing this myself, putting my little newspaper bag that had the recycling symbol on it into my blue bin. Come to find out, it actually was gumming up the system and making it harder for the recycling system to work because the film was getting caught up in paper bales and everything else. So this led us to pass SB 343 in 2021, which is our Truth in Labeling for Recycling Material bill, that now prohibits producers from putting that chasing arrow symbol on items that aren't actually recyclable in the real world. It was really clear that, just like me, consumers sincerely believe that the chasing arrow symbol, which often encircles the plastic resin identification code, meant that the product was recyclable. They saw this as the recycling symbol. Now, let's be honest. We all know how confusing recycling is. The Consumer Brands Association, in fact, studied recycling. They found that for many Americans, recycling ranks ahead of some of the most confusing things in life. More confusing than building IKEA furniture, doing their taxes, playing the stock market, or understanding the opposite sex. So SB 343 was very clear and straightforward. Unless a material is truly recyclable, meaning that it can be processed and turned into a new product, it could not have the chasing arrow symbol or any other suggestion that it should be recycled. No more greenwashing or confusion. But of course, proper labeling isn't enough, right? We need to reduce the amount of garbage generated. We need to get garbage producers to actually rethink what they're shoving onto the markets and take responsibility for the waste that's actually getting out into the market and then into our waste stream. So in 2022, we took it a step further. Actually, we took it a giant leap further with SB 54. Now, we'd been seeing so many bills banning one plastic product or another. Plastic straws or here, all these different things. Some passed, some didn't. But it was clear that this was just a gimmicky one-off approach, and it just wouldn't be enough. We needed a larger framework to tackle the ever-mounting amount of plastic entering our waste stream, and we needed the producers to actually have some skin in the game. So SB 54 requires the manufacturers of single-use packaging and foodware waste, the waste that we were seeing dumped in our communities and polluting our waterways, to actually take responsibility for the material that they produce and meet aggressive sustainability standards. Now, the measure has three key policy pillars. One, reducing the amount of single-use plastic on the market. Two, ensuring that all packaging and foodware that is on the market is actually recyclable or compostable, and truly recyclable or compostable. And three, shifting the financial burden from ratepayers, where it is now, to producers by establishing an extended producer responsibility program. Now, this last point was important because it's the producers who decide if a shampoo, for example, is sold in a readily recyclable bottle or not. They know their products, they know their markets, they know their consumers best. Additionally, the producers of these bottles, they're the ones who decide whether or not to manufacture the container with cheap virgin plastics or post-consumer resins. In nearly every case, because there's no other incentive to do otherwise, producers opt for the cheap option, meaning that there's no market for recycled material. However, by requiring packaging and plastic foodware to achieve the high recycling rates that we require in SB 54, a 65% recycling rate by 2032, producers will take action to pursue more sustainable alternatives because they have to. They're going to have to shift from material types that cannot be recycled, meaning items that are just destined for the landfill or an incinerator or lost to the environment. And they're going to have to build the market for post-consumer content that will also boost collection efforts, keeping material out of our oceans and out of our communities. SB 54 requires producers to invest in a robust reuse and refill infrastructure to reduce the amount of plastic on the market by 25% in 2032, and to fund cleanup efforts to the tune of $5 billion over 10 years. Now, we're very proud of what we've accomplished with this effort. When this new program is fully implemented, consumers won't have to think twice when standing in their kitchens trying to determine if something should go into the blue bin or to the trash. Now, we've introduced SB 1143, which aims to once again shift responsibility for difficult to manage waste from our local governments to the producers, this time for household hazardous waste. Thousands of everyday household products are classified as household hazardous waste since they pose severe threats to human health or animals and the environment if improperly managed at the end of life. However, while these products are ubiquitous in our homes, most residents don't know what is considered hazardous and what's not, nor do folks know how to manage a dangerous product at the end of life. While some of these hazards are intuitive, such as products containing acid or mercury or asbestos, others like adhesives or cleaning agents may not be quite so obvious. Even if a person knows a product is toxic and cannot be simply thrown away, many communities lack a convenient system for safely collecting this waste. The universe of products that can be collected at a local household hazardous waste facility, and when those facilities are open to the public, differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Both are usually a function of what the jurisdiction can actually afford. So as collection and disposal costs increase, cities and counties either raise rates to cover the costs or they have to reduce services, which further reduces convenience for local residents. The state has offered limited grants to build new facilities or expand existing ones, but funding has fallen far short of what is needed to keep pace. For example, while CalRecycle, our department that oversees this area, CalRecycle's facilities grant program has a cap of $5 million a year, the expected construction cost of a new facility up in Sonoma is around $15 million. To address both the crushing costs of managing household hazardous waste and the lack of convenient access to a proper disposal system, SB 1143, our bill, requires producers of the most toxic consumer products to, just like under SB 54, to form a producer responsibility organization that will be tasked with enhancing accessibility and fully funding the safe collection, transportation, and disposal of this household hazardous waste. Like SB 54, this bill will accomplish several important goals. First, it seeks to, it'll allow the producers to cost-effectively improve access to convenient household hazardous waste disposal. They can either fund an improved local system or create an alternative. The bill also requires robust education and outreach to ensure consumers know which products are toxic and how to handle them properly. And lastly, since the bill requires producers to fund the system and bases the fees on the material's toxicity, SB 1143 will encourage producers to invest in less toxic alternatives. If a producer prefers not to participate in the program, they can reformulate their product to a non-toxic alternative. When residents lack a convenient way to dispose of toxic products safely, they end up in a curbside bin, often contaminating our recycling system, or they're simply dumped illegally and contaminating our waste stream and impacting water leakage in our landfills and elsewhere. This is dangerous. It's costly for waste haulers since the hazardous contaminants must be removed. They've got to be diverted to a household hazardous waste facility, and it raises costs for everyone as a result. And these products are too widespread to tackle this problem product by product. We truly need a comprehensive program to address the most dangerous consumer products and shift the burden of paying for their end-of-life management to the folks who actually have the tools to solve the problem. So I'm really excited to have the opportunity to extend the lessons we learned from the SB 54 experience to hazardous waste. The challenge that these toxic products pose is simply too great to ignore. We can't prevent illegal dumping unless we ensure residents have a safe and convenient way to dispose of this material properly. So far, our bill has enjoyed broad support. It's a testament to how severe this problem is, and I look forward to pushing this measure through this year, and I hope you all will join me. Thank you again for this opportunity to say a few words. I hope you enjoy this wonderful conference, and I'm sad not to be there with you in person, but hope to all see you in person soon.
Thank you, Senator Allen, for those wonderful remarks. Can we just get a round of applause? I know he's not here, but we got to hear yesterday about all the great work that that's happening in our Capitol, and all the effort that it really takes for a bill to become a law, and it's so great to hear directly from some of our legislators about what they're doing and about how we can support those efforts moving forward. So I really just want to take a moment to appreciate. I know he wished he could be here, and they did a lot of work to make that very nice video, actually, at the last minute to get it to us since they couldn't be here in person. So thanks again to Senator Allen. And so I just want to also take a moment to remind everyone here in the space, you should be familiar with this, but the room is mic'd, and so when we turn on the microphones for Q&A, if we can just have one person talking at a time. And then I want to just make sure to welcome everyone again. So day 2, who's excited for day 2? Yeah, I know it sounds like some of you had some after party last night after after we were out, but who came last night to our networking event? Who had a good time? All right, same hands. Excellent. I like to see that. Excellent. Well, that's always such a wonderful experience to get out and rub elbows and talk to all the people who are attending this conference. I'm always grateful because I get to meet so many people who are coming from all across the state, from all these different counties and cities and nonprofits who are doing such incredible work, and it really is inspiring to me. So I just want to thank everyone who shared what they're doing with me last night, and I hope that you had a good time and we're able to get some value out of that. So thanks again for coming. Just a brief reminder about how to get around, but we do have the lunchroom across the way. We have our exhibitors hall out here. I know that we have a few of them that you were interacting with this morning. And then if you need to take a business call or whatever you need, but you still want to hang out and be a part of the conference, we have our overflow room just across the way. I know we have a couple people in there, so hi to you. And we're also offering live translation in there into Spanish subtitles as well. So now I'd like to just take a moment to welcome once again to the illegal dumping stage, Alameda County Supervisor Nate Miley, who has brought us here all today for a second day to IDCon. So a big round of applause, Supervisor Nate Miley.
So good morning. Everybody looks all rested and raring to go. It's a beautiful day today. Looking forward to some of the sessions that are planned. Looking at the agenda seems very informative, and I hope all of us found yesterday to be equally informative, because I know when Aaron asked who learned something, I know I learned a few things yesterday that I hadn't heard before. But I just want to remind folks, once again, Aaron convenes on a monthly basis the Illegal Dumping Task Force meeting on the third Thursday of the month. It's virtual, it's at 9:30, and there's always interesting topics that are covered as well as updates. So you don't have to wait until the annual conference to get information. You can also go on our website. We have a lot of information from past conferences and other best practices that we have considered, as well as the IDTAC. They have information around best practices and things that have been considered as well, because I know there's a lot of discussion about different things yesterday, and I know even talking to some folks last night at the reception before I had 2 drinks. Then after I had 2 drinks, I was pretty much gone. But before that, some folks who were kind of listening online, they were at the reception, and they kind of mentioned to me there are some things that we've covered in past conferences, and reviewed and people had questions about, and they were just hoping that we could, it's good that people get informed, but it's also take the initiative to look at some of the things that have been covered before, because we don't have to maybe reinvent the wheel or go down a road that's already been traveled, and we know that going down that road is not going to get us anywhere. So just keep all that in mind. But once again, welcome you all, and let's keep up the good work and invite others to join us in this effort to, prevent illegal dumping, because it is preventable. So thank you all.
Additional thank you to our title sponsor, Waste Management. I can't say it enough. We wouldn't be here today in this room if it wasn't for their support. So big round of applause for Waste Management for getting us all here today. For our gold sponsors, the City of Fremont and California Waste Solutions, as well as Beautify San Jose, who we got to hear from yesterday, and East Bay Mud, and as well as Stop Waste, who we also heard from yesterday about their resource app that they have, which I hope everyone's downloaded since then, as well as some of our conference partners like the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee, as well as the Beautification Council, who we'll hear from this morning. So big round of applause for all of our sponsors. Thanks everyone who made this happen, and really couldn't have done it without your support. Once again, if you need any of the conference materials, you can use this barcode right here, whether it's the schedule, the speakers' bios, sponsors, frequently asked questions. Everything is available on the website, and keep that link, because that's going to be our post-conference website as well. So when you want to watch a rebroadcast or say, hey, what did Doug talk about during that first day about the legislative process, you can go back, download his presentation, watch the presentation and all of it. So keep that website in mind, but we'll send it out to everyone who attended as well once that's up. If you are remote and looking for any of our language selections, we have our captions that you can use. So at the bottom of your screen, turn on captions and you can select any language. And we're using AI this year to translate those captions in real time. If you have any questions, again, if you're in person, just raise your hand. We'll ask questions. We'll have plenty of time. When we do that, we will turn on the room mics. And so those are very, very sensitive. And if you're online, then we have our Q&A feature. And so just ask the question in there and we'll get as many of those answered as we can. The conference, as I mentioned, is being recorded, and we'll make that all available to you on our post-conference website. And if you have any questions, or if you'd like to join the listserv for the Illegal Dumping Task Force that Supervisor mentioned that meets every month, you can email me. It's aaron.armstrong@acgov.org, or call our office at 510-272-6694. You can also join the conversation online on social media. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter using the hashtag IDCon24. We have an excellent schedule for today. We had a really just incredible set of presentations yesterday. I learned so much, and we have even more for you today. We're going to start off this morning with a keynote address from Charles Bronis, who will talk a little bit more about how the built environment affects crime. And we've learned about environmental design, or crime prevention through environmental design. We've heard about it many times. Now we're going to see some actual data and research. Very excited about that presentation today. We're going to hear from Mr. Ken Houston. Many of you know he was also on the panel last night. He'll be coming to us live from the streets as usual, giving us a presentation on the air we breathe and how illegal dumping impacts air quality. We'll hear a presentation about using the punk rock ethos to advance environmental justice. We'll have an update on the Clean California statewide update. I know so many people were impacted by the Clean California program. So much money coming to the state, to cities, to counties, to nonprofits to make a big difference. And we're really excited to welcome them back for a second year to hear how that program is going. We're going to hear from the Sacramento County and about their response and plan of action for addressing illegal dumping, and see how they're using the 3 E's in Sacramento County. And then we'll also hear from the city of Palmdale about how they're doing enforcement and potentially some stings and things like that to address illegal dumping through that lens. We'll hear from the Santa county litter abatement program about how the county of Santa Clara is partnering with CalRecycle and other cities to address illegal dumping. And we'll also hear about how communities are using AI to clean up and recycle better, which I'm very excited to hear from some of our private sector partners about some of the innovations that are happening there. We will have a closing keynote today, and so we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get closer. But we have a long day today. We expect to be done about 3 o'clock, and we'll have time for lunch and breaks in between. And so with that, I do see Charles Bronis. There we are. Good morning. I'd like to introduce everyone to Charles Bronis. He leads one of the nation's oldest and largest departments of epidemiology. Gosh, I can't believe I have to say that this early in the morning. And he's known for his focus on especially challenging health issues and interventions that improve basic determinants of health. He led the first major NIH-funded gun violence research study, and his research has been cited by landmark Supreme Court decisions, Congress, as well as major news outlets. Welcome to the Illegal Dumping Conference, Charles Bronis.
Hi. So first, before I start, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for the invitation. I have to say I'm with Columbia University, but I miss my time when I was at the University of California, Berkeley. So the East Bay is familiar to me, and I'm thrilled to have been invited to say something about a topic that I'm very passionate about. So I am an epidemiologist, but I also am a geographer and trained in the School of Engineering. So I'm very interested in changing places and the impact of our places and spaces on people's health and their safety. Can I share slides? Is that on my, here, you tell me if it comes up okay.
You should. There we go. We can see them.
Do you see the?
It looks good.
Good. So I'm going to talk to you today about, something that I think is amazing, which is the power of place, which I think all of you already know about. But I'm also going to tie that into work we've done for, oh my goodness, almost 2 decades on the relationship of place to gun violence. And I'm going to start with my elevator pitch. And my short elevator pitch is for you to take the stairs to improve your health. To the extent you don't need to ride the elevator. Now, there's been a lot of work on how to get people to not take the elevator and get them to the stairs. One of the biggest things that's been done is just to tell people that there's actually a stairwell that they can take instead of the elevator. And that's a big place-based change with some of the signage like you see here, which has a huge effect. Another really great opportunity, I know this is a little blurry, I usually show this as a YouTube video, and I'd encourage you to Google Sweden piano stairs, and you can watch this video. But when you have a place that is less inviting in this case, people have the option of walking up the stairs or taking the escalator. And the vast majority of people will take the escalator, except in Sweden, they came up with this great opportunity to make the stairs into an actual piano. So every step you take on it plays a different note, and people got really, really excited about it. And you can see the difference in use of the stairs here when you just alter the place a little bit. So these place-based, and what I'll call them place-based changes, but they're nudges. And in many cases, they seem trivial to a lot of folks. Folks don't even notice these place-based changes, but they really, really matter. And they not only improve the environment, but they allow people to keep the choice. They still can take the escalator if they want, but it moves them, it nudges them to choosing the healthy option. And it does this in unseen ways. So, whether it be a passive kind of place-based change, which, the signage for using the stairs and just telling people that stairs exist around elevators increased usage of the stairwell by 20%, up to the piano stairs, which increased usage of the stairs by 66%, right? So these installations have a lot of value, and changing places is really, really important. And it's something that, at least from our standpoint in public health and medicine, we don't take advantage of enough. And so some of the questions that were asked in the past We do a lot of programs in communities to reduce gun violence where we take it one kid at a time, for instance, or we wait for people to be injured with a firearm and then bring them into the hospital. I know I worked at Highland General for a number of years, and so I'm very familiar with that. But what about actually changing the places that might be generating the gun violence in the first place? And what are the opportunities there? Now, person-based interventions, while sometimes successful, can be fleeting. So this is a great piece of work that was done in a couple of cities. And what you see is there's the amount of crime is on the left. And when police show up in their patrols, crime does actually go down. So there's some advantages here. There are also challenges about bringing police into communities and over-policing. But I think one of the most interesting things about this study is once the police patrols leave the space, the crime comes back to the way it was prior to the patrols being there. So these person-based interventions can be fleeting. They might have some impact, but they only really work while the people are there to look over the space. Changing places, on the other hand, just like the piano stairs, can influence more people for longer periods of time. And this is, by the way, this is a quote from decades and decades ago, before we really did big place-based changes in public health, from a University of California, Berkeley professor named Len Syme, and thinking through the importance of not just addressing people and asking them to change their lifestyles, but addressing the very context that surrounds them. So influencing more people for longer periods of time and changing places also, as I said, makes the healthy choice the easy choice. So there's this inverse relationship that you see here between whether your program is going to have success and how much you ask people to do, those who would benefit, the effort you're asking those who would benefit. And the more you ask people to do, the less likely your program is going to have success. And the example I always give is the difference between driver education and reducing motor vehicle crashes, but also then changing roadways and changing the very environment of automobiles. And really, the roadways and things like airbags have made a huge difference and really have carried the lion's share of reduction that we've seen in motor vehicle crash deaths across the US over the past 50 years or so. And those are place-based changes. And so there's a huge opportunity here as you go up this curve, getting away from simply focusing on individuals to the very places that surround them. Now, as I said, for motor vehicles, we've had a really significant reduction in motor vehicle crash deaths. For gun violence, on the other hand, and deaths from firearms, it stayed quite steady state. And part of the questions we've been asking is, well, I know there's a lot of focus on laws and law enforcement, but maybe we should start thinking about the very places that might be generating gun violence in the first place. And those places fall down in cities around the nation, fall down around abandoned and vacant places. That, of course, and there's a cycle here where those are, as you know very well, and that's why you've gathered here today, they're visually unpleasant and they stress people out chronically. People then become disconnected and fearful of going outside. And then this also is a cycle that not only disconnects people from each other, but disconnects them from the very places and spaces that are around them on a daily basis. Their quality of life goes down, and in fact, civility goes down in and around those places. And this is the connection to crime and gun violence potentially. Once quality of life and civility go down, in fact, many residents who will leave those neighborhoods. And businesses will close, and the worst kinds of businesses to close in those spaces are anchor businesses like supermarkets and banks that leave, and those get replaced by other sorts of businesses or don't get replaced at all. And you see this cycle of abandonment going on here. And we thought years and years ago, well, why not, for purposes of public health and safety, why not, instead of addressing all the other things, what if we went right to the abandoned and vacant places and interrupted those directly? And we want to see what happens. Now, this spiral of abandonment, incivility, and disinvestment it's spiraled out of control in cities around the nation, especially older legacy cities, older, poorer legacy cities. You can see these are pictures from Cleveland. I've taken Philadelphia, Detroit, New Orleans, and I'm going to focus on a couple of these cities upcoming, especially Philadelphia, But this spiral of abandonment and civilian disinvestment has created an area in the US of abandoned properties that is the size of, and if any of you can guess what this is Switzerland. So it's created an area the size of Switzerland in the United States in our cities. If you add up all these abandoned places and spaces, and we see this, and we've seen this in the past, it is a major challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity to improve public health and safety. With that, we've gone through and our teams have worked on a lot of place-based changes that we call structural, scalable, and sustainable. That is structural, and that is changing the very structures that people experience on a day-to-day basis when they step out of their house to go to work or school. Things like abandoned buildings you can see here, which I'm going to talk a lot about, and greening vacant lots. And I'll talk a bit about lighting, and the other ones in here are things like business improvement districts and changes to transportation opportunities, but also scalable. I often talk to New York audiences, and if any of you have been to New York City, the High Line is a wonderful and large greening installation in New York City. That is not what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'm going to talk to you about little installations of abandoned buildings and little pocket parks that can be created in the thousands in cities and that can be distributed throughout neighborhoods to create what others have called the Park of 1,000 Pieces. These are not lone large installations that are designed to increase tourism or destination amenities for folks that don't live in the neighborhood. They are designed specifically to change places so that people who live there have access to green space and safe building amenities that they otherwise do not have. Now, this all began with initiation. So everything I'm going to show you today was something that a community came up with, mostly because they got fed up with all the abandonment and vacancy in their spaces. And when we started all this work, we went and asked people about, what is generating, in particular, what is generating gun violence in your neighborhood? We know gun violence is very high. And many of them, the balance of them came back and talked about abandoned buildings. And they said they're like incubators. There were big piles of litter stuff. And people come here and just dump, as you all well know, just dump trash on there, mattresses, sofas, any kind of junk they got. And then the conversation would often change into fear of these spaces. So you got to watch yourself walking past vacant lots because you don't know who's there. People, we heard it from many, many people, they will cross the street and walk on the other side of the street. They will walk in the middle of traffic to avoid a side of the street that has vacant and abandoned buildings, lots, and properties. They might even walk a completely different block to avoid it. And so they think it's not safe walking past abandoned homes, not just because someone's going to jump out, because they're actually falling down on the sidewalk. You might be hit by a brick coming off an abandoned building. And so ultimately, we heard from neighbors over and over again, this is a very small selection of quotes, that if they could do something, they would, particularly about gun violence in the neighborhoods, and they would change the vacant lots and the abandoned buildings in those neighborhoods. So we did some early work where we looked at, I'm going to show you a series of Philadelphia studies where we didn't make the changes, but we observed, in this case, where gun homicide was occurring in the city of Philadelphia. And what you see, this is a map of the entire city. The red areas are where gun homicides happen, and those are the actual locations of gun homicides. And then we also picked an equal number of individuals who were similar to the people who had died in a gun homicide as control individuals, and that's the blue. And we looked at all these spaces, whether they're homicides or not, to see the differences. Were they green? Were they not? Was it mostly asphalt? What kind of trash and so forth? And we took photos in the week after these events to look at the spaces for both the cases and the controls in this study. And you can see in some cases, there's a pretty stark difference, but there's stark differences in a lot of these places between green and not green. And in fact, we took these photos in full 360 photography of the spaces and quantified, measured everything in those photos. And a number of things jumped out in this study. So the odds of gun homicide went up significantly if you were in a space that had excessive trash, if you were in a space that had a proliferation of poor building conditions, if you were in a space that had visibly broken or boarded windows, went up by significant amounts. Whereas in places that were greener and cleaner, had things like working streetlights was a significantly reduced the odds of gun homicides, as did parks and maintained vacant lots. So this was an early study which wasn't changing anything, but which allowed us to look at what happened, what had already been going on for existing gun homicides. So we then went on to think about, well, can we do actual experiments in these randomized controlled trials? And we're epidemiologists and we all get involved in different trials. You've seen, of course, over the course of the pandemic, you saw many trials were in the news about different vaccines and so forth. And we thought we could apply the same thinking and method to thinking about if we changed places. And this is and looked at different outcomes. So instead of headaches, we were looking at stress, no stress, or gun violence and no gun violence if we changed and greened places or fixed abandoned buildings. And the Dutch have done this. So the Netherlands is interesting because they've done these sorts of experiments before we did, but instead of removing trash and improving the spaces, they actually created trash. Like they threw trash on the ground and graffitied the walls in certain spaces and saw what happened. Now, we can't do these kinds of studies in the US, I think a little thankfully, but this is still a very interesting little point to learn from the Netherlands. And what these spaces did when you put graffiti on spaces or throw trash on the ground in a place, it's very much a contagion effect. So you're going to get more graffiti and more trash, and that's also part of a spiral of accumulated information. And I don't need to tell you, you all do not need a study to know that this is true, but I think this is very interesting that this was a first step in changing places in the other direction. So what we did is we, instead of creating trash and abandonment, we found abandoned places and spaces, worked with communities that had already created these sorts of very standard interventions to take abandoned lots and green them, put a low post and rail fence, plant a couple trees. These are not expensive installations, very inexpensive, or clean a building, replace the doors and windows, clean the facade of that building. If anything's falling down, to remove it and just make the building look better and make it potentially habitable. So these sorts of things are really inexpensive, and you can do a lot of them, as I said, across the community, and they have really rapid and noticeable results. I mean, try to imagine if you live on a block where there are 20 properties that look like the properties on the left side of this slide, and you live on a block that only has 40 properties. Half of them look like this. It's a pretty significant day-to-day experience if all of these can be changed, let's say, in 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Because again, these installations are very easy and can be done in a very quick way. So we then went on to do our own large experiments across the city of Philadelphia on both remediating and cleaning and greening vacant lots, and cleaning and fixing abandoned buildings across the city. And at the time, there were about 50,000 such properties, abandoned land and abandoned buildings in the city. And we worked on, for purposes of research, we worked on about 1,000 of those, 900 of them, maybe 900 to 1,000 of the 50,000. So 1 in 50, but it was still enough for us to draw some conclusions here. And we compared spaces that got the full treatment, the full shift, and those that did not, both vacant lots and abandoned buildings. Of these 1,000, I should say the 900 that we picked were randomly chosen around the city. This is a map of the city where those selections are, and we work closely with the city's Office of Housing and Community Development. And this work was funded by the National Institutes of Health and the Centers for Disease Control at the federal government. And I'm just going to zoom in here to South Philadelphia quickly. And I know I have only a couple more minutes, and just show you that each of these little circles is where in the center of each of the red circles is one of the randomly chosen abandoned spaces, either vacant lots or abandoned buildings. And what you see here is This is, for instance, zooming into the red circle, this is the one that's been chosen, and all around it, the red is the one that's been chosen. The yellow around it are all the other abandoned spaces. So you can see there's a lot of abandonment in the city of Philadelphia, which is one of the absolute poorest cities in the US. So there's been a lot of disinvestment in the city of Philadelphia. So there was a lot of work to be done here. We picked this one, and then we went into each of these red circles and built a group, a cluster, I would say of about 5 to 6 abandoned spaces, whether it's buildings or lots. And those cumulatively were about, I would say about 5,000, 6,000 square feet, the property footprint. And to conclude and give you just some final thoughts, what this did produce was what I call win-win science. So it brought resources to communities. So the federal government paid for all these installations, which is a plus, right? But it also provided life-saving knowledge. Now, what we learned here from all this, comparing the spaces, the vacant buildings, and the abandoned lots that had been cleaned and greened and fixed, nuisances went down by 30%, significantly. That's a significant amount. Gun assaults went down by 13%, and gun violence overall went down by 29%. And there were a lot of co-benefits. People went outside more, they felt safer, they thought there was less vandalism and crime, their depression went down. And in fact, in another study where we put heart rate monitors on people, we saw that their heart rate went down. So we think their stress levels went down biologically. This has been reproduced in cities like Flint, Detroit, and New Orleans, and we're working on continued work here. And then I'll also have just point quickly to New York City and the street lighting installations, which also showed very significant reductions in gun violence. So how does this work? Well, there's a biologic response, less stress, fear, and aggression. There are also visual cues, which you all know. These sorts of installations create busy streets, good busy streets, where it's shown that people, if you show that you care about the space, it will move others to do the same. And then finally, with respect to gun violence, this sort of taking these spaces away, abandoned buildings and vacant lots, these are called what a number of people in the neighborhoods call storage lockers for illegal guns. So folks who can't carry a firearm legally will put their illegal firearms in there. And we found over the course of the study, many illegal firearms in these spaces. So when you remove the spaces, you also remove illegal firearms from the communities. And we think that's how it led to these conclusions. So in total, across the nation, many cities have done work like this. And scientifically, the findings have been anywhere from 6 to 56% less gun violence for place-based programs like greening, buildings, and lighting. And I'll end there and just say that I'll come back to this quote, which I really love, from one of the folks that were interviewed in the neighborhoods, and then just point to you, if you want to read more, the book that John McDonald and Bob Stokes and I wrote on Changing Places is worth a read and goes into a lot of the details. And this is one of the lots, by the way, that has been in the same condition for at least a decade. This was a completely abandoned, overgrown space 11, 12 years ago. So, and I'll stop there, and I'm happy to, if there's time, take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bronis. So we are running very, very tight on time, but I think we have time for maybe 1, possibly 2 questions from the audience.
I do have a question.
Yes.
You did mention that there was a reduction in gun violence. Was that just to a specific area? And did that gun violence move to other areas, meaning that it was only affecting that one area, but it's not the overall gun violence?
That is a fabulous question. We get that question a lot. We did specific analyses of what we call displacement effects. That is to see whether gun violence just moved around the corner, and it did not. In all the studies that we did in the city of Philadelphia, we did that. There was also in Detroit and New Orleans, these same displacement effects, and we simply did not find it. So there was a genuine reduction in and around the space. It was not just pushed around the corner. Good question.
Excellent. One additional question. Yes.
Since you studied the places so much, I'm wondering if you looked at the locations of gun stores and places where guns were sold, provided, or marketed.
You know, not in this particular study, to be honest with you. Like, for instance, in the city of Philadelphia, there are very few federally licensed firearm dealers, to be honest with you. We have done this in prior studies and looked at it, but really not at a very hyper local level, at a county level. And there are some relationships with gun dealers and gun violence, but we haven't done it for this particular work. It's a good question, though.
Right. Well, thank you again, Dr. Bronis. We appreciate you coming to us all the way from the East Coast, and we're happy that we could have you here.
Thanks for the invite.
I'm gonna say no. I'm so sorry. We're like 15 minutes behind already.
If there are other questions, you feel free to send them to me.
There we go.
I can share an email address, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. So
Excellent.
thanks.
So I'll share that email address with all the attendees. So if you want to connect with him, we also have a link to some of the studies that he's done on the conference website, so you can find more. But once again, let's just give a round of applause for Dr. Bronis. And thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. You know, I can think of so many abandoned buildings and vehicles just in my neighborhood, let alone the whole city of Oakland or all the cities and counties that we're representing today. The size of Switzerland, that's incredible to think about. And I love the idea that these are all opportunities to intervene. So thank you for that. I'd now like to move us to our next presentation, which is Mr. Ken Houston, who I believe should be able to turn on his monitor now, if he's joining us.
Hello, do you see me?
I see you, Ken. Ken is a subject matter expert on issues pertaining to illegal dumping, graffiti, vandalism, and homeless encampments, and serves as the executive director and founder of the Beautification Council, which, through strategic employment opportunities, economic stability initiatives, and housing endeavors, strives to disrupt the cycle of homelessness and blight while fostering positive social change within the community. Ken, I know I texted you, we're running late, and I know you love to talk. So
All right.
over to you, Ken. Welcome to let's welcome Ken to IDCon.
Thank you. Can you see me?
We can see you and hear you, Ken.
Okay. So welcome. Thank you to the 4th annual Illegal Dumping Statewide Conference. My name is Ken Houston. I'm the son of Oakland, born and raised, 3rd generation. I'm the director of the Beautification Council. I'm going live in Deep East Oakland, District 7, East Street, and 102nd. For you all that missed the great event yesterday, I'm going to share some of the things that I shared then. How I started this and how we built on it and what made me do this. I'm here on East Street, and I'm going to walk real quick. It's a school that what Charles just said, that people had to walk into the streets. So this area right here was totally, and listen to me, totally blighted, where the children, and they put their pictures up here, the children had to walk through this trash, right? Rotten chicken, right? And it was all cleaned up and stuck in here, right here. Let me show you. And Aaron, I'm going to spend a little time, but I'm right in here. All of it was in here, right? Think about if you had to live across the street in this residential area and your school for your children is right down the street. How would you feel? Embarrassed. So I'm out here now live with our independent contractors. The Beautification Council is 100% justice impacted. Hear me closely. And unhoused. Everybody here was justice impacted. They're doing their tailgate meeting live. I'm gonna show you. They're doing their tailgate meeting live. And these are all the individuals that are on the street. How are you? You good? Thank you for stopping. I'm on a Zoom. I'm gonna talk to you later. I'll send it to you. So Aaron told me not to do that, and I did. But when the community comes by and appreciate what these young men and ladies are doing, I have to stop talk to them. Today, we're going to be talking about the air we breathe and how illegal dumping affects the air, right? From burned trash that people do. So let me just end this thing. So in your tailgate meeting, get to work, and you guys have a blessed and safe day, okay? You guys got your PPE? Okay, let's go. All right, go. So thank you. They're about to grab their brooms. We got the street sweeper, the hopscotch. So I'm gonna walk down the street, then we're gonna show a video. Now, in this residential area, whose car is this? You gotta park right for me. Park right. Park right. I don't know who that is. So right here, this burnt vehicle attracts, and that's that visual cue of deterioration, attracts illegal dumping. This has been here for 2 months across the street from residential property. That's insane. And now that we're cleaning up this street today, where I'm gonna call and try to get this automobile or this RV that was burned down. Now it's gonna rain on Saturday. So what we do when we're out here, you can see where the fire burned the fence, and now all the dumping across the street from a residential home. Holly, this side down the street, please. So let me share this. So it's gonna rain on Saturday. We have to sweep, protect the waterways. This actually affects the air we breathe from the fires, the water. This is a physical and mental condition. I just shared with you about the children. What do you think? And I said this at the event last night. Then I'm gonna let you play the video, Aaron. If I had to walk through this trash to the school that I went to, Stonehurst Elementary, right down the street, what would I be right now? What would my mindset be? I would think I was trash. So what I want to do is I want Aaron to play the video to show the air we breathe, how illegal dumping actually affects the air we breathe. Zip up the shirt, put it on right.
We recognize our responsibility at all levels of government, local, county, regional, state, and at the federal level. And we recognize that even beyond those governmental interventions, we need private philanthropic support. And I want to just thank those that have the courage and wisdom and moreover the compassion to help support the endeavors here today.
Ken Houston here live. We have a condition out here, a hazardous condition on Pippin and Stone. You see the fire department hazmat team came out. This condition should not be tolerated in any community. Oakland's finest came to rescue. Our air quality is being affected.
Any last words, Ken, before we?
Yes, I have a few things to say before I end it. I want to thank you, Aaron. I want to thank you for presenting this. I want to thank Supervisor Nate Miley for his leadership. I want to thank everyone in the conference because this can only change if we do it together, right? And I'm going to say something that seems like far distance in the future about how we really change this, but we got to change culture. We have to teach our youngsters, our kids, that it's not okay for this. You are not trash. It's not okay for this to happen in your community and be here for 2 months. It's not okay. It's not healthy mentally and physically. I mean, if you smell what I smell, not just the smoke, but the rotten flesh, not including the needles. These young men and women that you just saw, they were at Mosswood Park under our HIMSS contract, homeless encampment microcleaning and sanitization. We found, collected 696 used needles in a public park. That's not safe. That's not right. It's not healthy. I want to thank you, Supervisor Miley, for spearheading this. I greatly appreciate you. We appreciate you, because if you did not do this, it fell on deaf ears for so long, you guys. And now it's time to make change. Let's embrace our children. I heard that in our conference yesterday. Let's embrace our children. Teach them that this is not okay. Change the culture. Ken Houston, the son of Oakland, I'm born, raised, and committed to this. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Ken Houston, Beautification Council. Coming to us live, as always, always working out there on the streets of East Oakland, and we appreciate the work you do, Ken. Thank you so much. I'd now like to move us to our next presentation, which is continuing that kind of grassroots efforts to address illegal dumping, which we got to hear so much about last night. So I'd like to welcome our next presenter, Cynthia Pareto Diaz, to present about using the punk rock ethos to advance environmental justice. Cynthia is a biomedical engineer with a background in public health, working on implementing sustainability across the complete life cycle of medical devices and the healthcare industry. Welcome to the illegal dumping stage, Cynthia.
It's okay, I can press it.
Request control. Okay, you should be.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Awesome, thank you. So, I'll leave this here. Oh yeah, my notes. Ooh. Oh, thank you. I'm so inspired. You already introduced myself, so I won't do that. I am a civic scientist, so I also see addressing illegal dumping and our global waste problem as one that is addressing or advancing public health as well, and environmental justice. So I will go into that. Cool. Okay. Yes. Disclaimer. I am not a lawyer. And nothing within this presentation constitutes as legal advice. And I also wanted to leave you with this. If you really love the earth, prove it. And also the earthlings that inhabit our earth, which is each other, which is us. Cool. So how did I start? I did reach out to my local government, but really I leaned in to my training as an applied scientist. And what was that? Observing the downstream effects of smoke-free housing. So I live near, oh, I didn't disclose, but I live in San Leandro, here in Alameda County. And I had noticed for the first time I was in my neighborhood, I started noticing a lot of cigarette butts on the street, and I wanted to do something about it. So, being the person that I am and not getting responses from the city, I decided to leverage, I really like pineapple juice. So I just took a tin can and I leveraged the existing infrastructure on my street to install it. And that's how I started collecting data and shipping back those cigarette butts to TerraCycle, which could then contribute to the circular economy and go into other products like park benches. All right. Yes. And also leaning more into my training as a scientist, I started researching and learning, as we heard today already, that more rubbish and litter on our streets gives that perceived risk of crime or being unsafe, and folks will not want to walk in the streets if they don't feel like it's safe. So how can I improve the environment around my area? So yes, data, because again, scientists. So using the Clean Swell app, which is free for anyone to download, I started quantifying and getting metrics on my impact. So I started formally in Q3 of 2023. And from my own efforts and also organizing community cleanups, I've been able to divert 1,000 cigarette butts from ending up in our waterways and our ocean. And I've helped collect 135 pounds of litter in San Leandro alone. And like I said, going to TerraCycle, the 11 pounds of cigarette butts have been shipped back, which was really exciting. And then just, thank you. And just leveraging special days for those planned cleanups as well. So I'm really thankful for this conference. And here's a photo of just what's been shipped back. This is my most recent, most recent cleanup effort. So this is the part that I'm really excited about. So looking beyond just the cleanups, and something that we've talked about here is, yes, let's encourage folks and let's focus on getting them to dispose of things properly. But if we go back, it's not just whether or not we're disposing of things correctly, but it's really a global waste problem. We're on a finite planet, and that waste is going somewhere. We can't just make it disappear. So how do we do that? And I've been so excited to learn that people are already doing this. So involving everyone and honoring people's time and energy, like stipends or pathways for employment that we heard earlier, and getting all the community involved to do that work, as well as increasing awareness. And I really believe in positive reinforcement. Yesterday, there was a lot of discussion regarding how do we keep folks accountable, but I think it's also how do we inspire folks to do better and make it so easy that they don't want to do the wrong thing. So yes, so being in positive reinforcement can look like pathways of employment, as well as reduced fees and vouchers for being able to take back those products. But really, I'm a firm believer in economic opportunity. So reimagining what litter is. Like, for example, my earrings today I made from baby formula, like bottle caps, and just reimagining what litter can be and transforming how all business is done, and really encouraging better product life management and thinking more about that circular economy, as well as extended producer responsibility. And I know we have the 3 E's, but I would like to add engineering as well. How do we engineer things to be better, to be for reuse and repaired? And then, oh yes, so thank you. And I just wanted to reiterate that we don't need the coolest gadgets. Look at me with my tin can. To have impact today, we don't need the cool gadgets. And if you see something, do something, as well as I did leverage publicly owned street posts. So I'll ask for forgiveness later. Thank you.
Any questions for Cynthia? Yes.
And how have you inspired the people immediately around you to help you?
Yeah, thank you. How have I inspired people? So people pay attention to what you do, and on weekends I'll just at least clean my side of the street, and then that's kind of how. And I may have mentioned this yesterday evening, inspiring my neighbors to like, oh, I see Cynthia's outside, so let me go help her. Also, when people like are walking by and I say hi to them, we're also building that community. So they see the same face. They're like, oh, I know you. You're the one that's always cleaning up. And then they'll also take ownership like, oh, I cleaned up today. Aren't you proud?
Do we have any online questions, Jeff? Yes.
Have you ever considered reaching out to your local school districts? And this would be a great assembly for the children and a great education campaign.
Yeah, thank you. So, not formally, I have tried to email the San Leandro School District because I also work in air quality as well, and just trying to get more access to like portable air quality monitors, like in the other videos that we saw, how everything is related. And a healthy environment means healthier humans and healthier animals. So yes, so if you have connections, I would love that. Yeah.
So you can reach out to me. I'm always happy to connect you. Yes.
Can you, how well have the tin cans been utilized? And have you seen any reduction on butts on the ground versus in the cans?
Yes, great question. So nothing is 100%. I have seen a lot more get into the tin can, but also it's more like at transition points. So I think the punk rock thing would be to start installing them wherever I see like a free post. But I've also leaned into working with like business, like downtown associations to see if maybe they can help like get actual containers for their districts.
Yes.
And, I just want to ask, have you gone about leveraging like the local city governments? I know, for example, here in Oakland, blue businesses have to pay an excess litter fee based on how much they bring in. And a lot of times the city doesn't really do their part in cleaning up. I want to ask if you do anything to leverage that on your part.
Like with local governments, like city council members.
Yeah, like the city of Oakland or like in your case, city of San Leandro, there's money allocated for the cleanup. Quite frankly, in certain areas, there's no cleanup.
Yes. Okay. So great question. I have been leveraging, I suppose, so we also have a 311 number that I can call, but a lot of the times when I do my cleanups, I leverage my own like services that I pay for. And then I don't know if I'm really answering your question. But yes, I've also pitched proposals like how do we expand this? Like for me, it started off as like a pilot program, right? In my neighborhood. Look at the data. Maybe we can implement this like at bus stops. So I would also love to work with like AC Transit or even BART. I'm very ambitious. So because I see a lot of litter in those areas as well. And how do we as a community do better?
Last question, Doug.
So one thing you might consider for funding, look at San Francisco. San Francisco passed an ordinance that is a 25-cent per pack fee that's attached to every pack of cigarettes. And that is, they use that to do cleanup of cigarette butts. That was one of the most numbered litter items in their streets. And so that might be a potentially good funding source. And since it's already been done by a major jurisdiction, even in your town, and also City of Oakland could consider this too. As a way to start generating some revenue for things like what you're doing, which is to provide you funding to expand.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes.
All right, pause.
There we go. So thanks again to Cynthia for the presentation today, for also being on our grassroots panel last night. I'm always inspired by people who just want to take action, who are sick of waiting, right? I know, I work for government. I know we move slow. But people on the streets, neighbors, like they can move fast, right? And that's exactly what that punk rock ethos is about. And so I applaud you for those efforts, and thank you for sharing them with this whole group and with this conference as well. I want to switch tracks for a moment because we're going to take a big picture look now at the state of California and the Clean California statewide update. We had Walter Yu here last year as one of our keynote speakers to present about this program, which was just ramping up at the time. And now we're really excited to welcome Walter back for the second year update. So many of us, including, as we know, Ken Houston out on the street, have been funded by Clean California to do incredible work throughout the state. And so we're really excited to hear what's happening and what's coming up next. So I'd like to welcome Walter Yu, who began his career at Caltrans in 2006 as a District 4, as a transportation engineer. During the course of his career, Walter has worked on a variety of new initiatives, including the construction stormwater inspection program, Caltrans statewide trash implementation plan for the State Water Resource Control Board, and the Enterprise Data Governance Task Force. Since 2022, he served as the Clean California Program Director responsible for program delivery and serving as the program focal point. Welcome, Walter. Thank you.
Thank you for the intro.
Oh, it's good to see you. Yeah.
Likewise.
All right, I'm gonna request control here, and now you should be. Oops, I moved you through one.
Clicker on the,
Yep, clicker or that.
Right.
There you go.
Okay, I'll try to keep us on schedule here. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here, Supervisor Miley and Aaron, and the conference event. Very inspired by Cynthia's example. I actually also clean up in my neighborhood, Elk Grove, California. And it's always surprising how the litter comes back. I go back every week, and the change does start with all of us. I just got a couple pickers, got a bag, grab friends and family, and we go out there. People notice, so it does happen. So as Aaron kicked us off, Clean California, as you all don't know, is a $1 billion program that started out in July of 2021 with some surplus out of the general funds, which sadly we have a deficit, so more to follow on that as we continue on with Clean California. It was the focus of beautification, and I'll toggle on to the next slide here first. Let's go. Okay, there we go. So those are some of the objectives on the screen. So primarily eradicate litter. So as you all saw in Ken's presentation, Oakland, and even coming in here on the ride over, quite a lot of litter out there, both statewide and especially here in the Bay Area and Oakland. I actually used to live right up here on 20th Street, Thomas Berkeley Way, and again, walking to and from District 4, the office there, just, again, the accumulation of litter and blight. So that's one of the primary goals. The next is to engage the community. So through our projects, there's really our program split in half. Half is for litter eradication, so with our crews, but also with projects, both on our right-of-way and local right-of-way as well. So here in the Bay Area and also in Oakland, again, we've been working through Caltrans District 4. You think of us, we are Clean California Special Program out of headquarters. We are also part of Caltrans, and we are now actually officially a part of maintenance. So more to follow on that a little bit as far as next steps, because we were a temporary program, but again, we will continue on. So on the project, state and local right away. That's to enhance our infrastructure. So as a part of these projects, these are not typically on our freeway system, if you will, but they'll be in areas previously dividing highways. And also there's a lot of cleanup that's involved and maintenance agreements with the cities and counties that have these projects in their jurisdiction. And again, they're statewide, but in the Bay Area, again, we've had a handful go to the lucky recipients, especially in a local right-of-way. And then finally, educate the public. So you may have seen our slogan, Zero Litter is the goal. We're out there on a lot of transit stops. That's our public education campaign that will continue on through next fiscal year. The state, we don't go by calendar, we go by fiscal. So there's that shift there, July 1st until July 1st. Continuing onward, so like I mentioned, litter abatement is the goal. So on the right-hand side there in the imagery, this is a lot of what our underpasses sadly have started to look like. I think the pictures that Ken showed on local right-of-way also happens on our right-of-way. So we get a mix. So we work very closely with maintenance because sometimes there aren't encampments. We do not remove the encampments through Clean California, but we do partner to do the cleanup in and around encampments. So we work very closely with them. And to date, we have surpassed 2 million cubic yards, and that is over 600 times. If you stack those bags 600 times across the Golden Gate Bridge. So just some perspective for you as far as how much we're collecting. The continuation of the program, as I mentioned, is that we were a one-time program to increase our litter pickup, but we still have standing contracts for litter pickup. We also have maintenance workers that go out there to perform litter pickup, so that will continue. And right now, we're also brainstorming a lot of ideas now that we have the resources and the staff on how to continue that. So we also have our internal mandate, what we call a level of service, to maintain that score. We really boosted that score through the spike in Clean California cleanups, but we're looking for ways such as through the court system, court referrals, infractions, public engagement to continue that progress. So again, it's not a one and done. And then I see that Cal Recycle's in the room, so we've explored some partnerships. We will continue to do so. We have, again, worked with cities and counties out there through our public engagement events, which I'll get to, called Community Days, and also through our projects. So a lot of it is that partnership. So we as Caltrans are quite large, but again, we can't do it without all the support first of our Caltrans districts, but also cities and counties. We've had a number of different initiatives, what we call dump days. So where we host cleanup events and the public come in, and this prevents some of that waste stream from getting into our right of way as well as local right of way. The way we see it, the more large items we can take off the hands of people, right? You know, the residents, the less likely they'll end up, again, staying in local right of way. So we're trying to help combat that waste stream and had a lot of productive conversations with Cal Recycle and also other state agencies about ways to combat that. We also have a lot of support from the governor's office. So again, very popular program, and we will seek alternatives to continue that program. Sadly to say, like I mentioned, we're funded fully out of the general funds and we have a deficit right now. So we're continuing some options. And so again, we try to keep that under wraps until things are final, but you know, we'll see what the future holds for us. So moving on to projects, as I mentioned, we do state and local. So the map on the screen there shows over 150 projects statewide. Again, there are a number here in the Bay Area, one of which we actually just did a ribbon cutting on 5th Street Nursery. So if you all come into the city on the Bay Bridge, just look down right around the 5th Street, you'll see that there's a big Connex box and there's an urban forestry center where we did a lot of cleanup. Previously, it was just a littered site. So a lot of illegal dumping going on that we cleaned up, did fencing, and there's an urban forestry center. The governor came out to kick us off with that. So projects like that, again, a handful here in the Bay Area, just on the state right away. And again, these are now that we're in our second and third year of the program, are many of which are in construction. We only have had a handful to advertise, but most of them are getting through and really having an impact, especially in areas that are urban and blighted, as well as rural, because different districts and different areas within California struggle with different needs. Some have more abandoned vehicles, especially in the North region, a lot of illegal dumping because dump fees are actually very high in Northern California versus the urban areas where we struggle more with encampments and cleanup in and around encampments. So we try to tailor those. Again, a lot of community engagement, working closely with the residents of those communities, and a lot of artwork. So another one that I want to highlight is we have one at the Yerba Buena Center. So if you come in, I want to say on the west side of the building, there's now murals and the steps are painted. So again, beautification, having the community take pride in their spaces. And then again, not what you typically think Caltrans of, you know, when you think of highways and maintenance, but again, this is more the people, you know, driven focus and really the beautification of the state. Let's see. Okay, so there is an example. This is of one of our local grant projects. And in this case, this was a mural being painted. Again, that shows the engagement, right? The actual kids. So we didn't actually hire, though we do hire artists. In this case, it was a public mural done with the kids of the school here in South Sacramento. And so this is an example now moving on to our local right-of-way projects. So total budget for these, about $300 million a piece for each on the state and the local. There was some surplus that we added, another 100 million, so 400 total for the local grant projects. And again, these are on local right away. So these are some of the metrics from what we call the cycle 1 of the local grants. So state beautification, we just advertised. They're done internally through Caltrans. State or on the local side, these were competitively bid. So these were grants that cities and counties applied for. And so some of the metrics, a lot of these again are focused, and these are pictures of a ribbon cutting. Again, focusing on beautification. So a lot of landscape, you can see the shade structures there on the photos there, and a lot of tree planting. So again, helping with the greening sustainability aspect. And again, not just pavement and asphalt that you typically think of us for. And then included with that, community events and pathways and a lot of play areas, again, to create more unifying spaces. We also have another one opening up here up in Sacramento, which is along the waterfront. So again, examples of unifying spaces and cleaning up and maintaining those once the projects have been completed. Let's see, all right. So a little bit more again, examples of murals there, which I talked about. A lot of art installations. And the cycle 2 award, so this is the second block. So the cycle 1, there was a $300 million. And in cycle 2 now, we have an additional that came in through the general fund. So not to worry, even though we have some issues with the general fund, the projects are secure. We'll continue to deliver those. We also have litter cleanup to more or less our similar capacity through this next fiscal year. So through in the July of 25. And again, our cleanup will continue. It's really the back end that we're working very furiously to maintain. That's more of the staffing support and things of that nature, but the projects and a lot of the litter will continue to go through. The schedule on this is basically we're going through the grants into award and construction, targeting completion by June of 26, which seems really far away. But if you consider that it has to go all the way, to get these grants awarded, to have the locals actually advertise their project and get them constructed, you have to be very quick, when it comes to project delivery and capital projects. So one more that I wanted to touch on that we snuck in there between our local grants and all the things that we're doing, we're transit projects. So here in the Bay Area, we actually worked first. This began out of talks in really how to help a lot of different municipalities throughout the state as far as blight, especially in and around transit. So one of the ways we found to do so was carving out $15 million for transit grants. So one of the recipients here in the Bay Area is San Francisco MTA. So they've received several $7 million to do cleanup exclusively around the bus shelters, really to promote transit, right? So if you see on the pictures there, some of the transit, that one doesn't look bad, but I'm sure you all can think of ones where you go and it is not a very pleasant place to board transit. So to really promote transit and ridership, we gave out grants. And so there were 19 total given statewide. But given that these are transit grants, really the major operators each got a piece. So again, San Francisco MTA, a lot of cleanup. We're doing some select lighting and aesthetics for those stations. And then this is in and around their bus stops in and around the downtown area. So very successful. We received twice as many grants in dollar value. So it was very hard to make some choices, but again, we accepted those, and these are moving very quickly, and we're targeting completion by end of this year. So very aggressive on our timelines. So coming up here, wrapping up the different program initiatives. So one was Community Days, which we did last year in March, and this year we partnered up with Caltrans to do our events in and around Earth Day, which was April 22nd. But lo and behold, it's not too late. If you all want to participate, there's one coming up in May in San Jose. I got the link there in the chat, or sorry, not in the chat. I'm in meetings all day, in the presentation. And we also have you go to cleanca.com. That is our begin and start there on all the info. But you go under Community Days under cleanca.com and you'll see the info for San Jose. But last year we did over 600 events. You can see on the poster there, March of 2023. We are still collecting metrics for 24, but again, the link is there for the San Jose event, which is coming up on May 18th. So if you're in and around the area, basically it's just to come out. It's a lot of focus around education, but it's really just cleanup for a couple hours. If you have that time on a Saturday, we provide the pickers, the PPE, the bags, all that fun stuff. San Jose, fortunately, is a little bit friendlier on the weather than some of the other districts like Fresno or Bishop that we have in Caltrans. So lucky you all. If you happen to come out, that would be great. And again, very successful, and these really promote the volunteerism. So again, the people element, we create jobs through the litter crews that we hire, the projects, because again, we need the support from cities and counties to deliver these projects, and then directly with the community through murals and art installations, and now the community day events. So this is something that we're wanting to promote, and this goes into some of our litter ideas. Again, as we start to transition, we're not completely dropping off. We're more just becoming part of the normal Caltrans family, continuing through maintenance. And these are some of the things that really came through the program, and we're going to explore on ways to continue that. And that is it. So those are just a very quick overview, updates on projects, litter, and community outreach and public education. Again, being involved, come out to our community day events, advocate for us. Quick plug, Clean California, general fund, we have a deficit, but any chance you get, it's been very popular. And, we certainly appreciate it. We could just kind of see us through until, just a little longer.
Thank you, Walter. Question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Charles, sir, for those of us that are on committee and would like to have more community engagement at events, is there an opportunity for us to apply for funding from you guys to be able to do that around our circs and our cleanup activities?
Sure. So you're referring to say if you want to host cleanup activities?
Yeah.
We do, what we've done was through, I think because we try to promote the volunteerism, I think we could probably talk offline. We actually did talk to Ken Houston about, helping to fund either through Clean California or through maintenance. So, you can certainly, we follow up offline, I'll reach out to you. And we can talk about ways, I think it's more case-by-case basis. The larger call for grants and things of that nature already took place. But again, as we start to transition, we look for partnerships, something we can explore.
Oh, and do also partnership with because we're part of BAC. So that kind of interagency partnership, I think, would be beneficial for everybody because right now everybody is working in silos. So I would think that would be a good opportunity for y'all to help us out.
Sure. Well, definitely, I'll get your info at the break, and then love to chat. So yep.
Yes.
Walter, could you also maybe provide some information on the Clean California designation and the opportunity that's available on the website that'll be launching, but information is there about how partnerships could continue for the next year also?
That is a very good point, Dr. Carson. Quick plug for the public education campaign. So Dr. Carson helped us out with the public education campaign, of which we are seeking community designations. So these are, we believe we have a spec and standards that cities, counties need to comply by, and that'll be registration or volunteering. Your city and county will be up shortly on the Clean California Public Education website. Do we have a URL yet that we can plug?
They can go to cleanca.com and click on the community designation box.
All right, there we go. More ways to get involved. I appreciate that. Okay.
Additional questions?
So just like him, I'm from Oakland. I'm Tina from the town. Are there any plans to maybe do an event out here in Oakland? I mean, I know you have something in San Jose, but
sadly, I want to say this because we just wrapped it up. Last year, I know we actually did right here in Lake Mary. I know our conference district for you all. We also, you've been very active. So most likely we had events out in Oakland, but if we do next year, we'll certainly, I know District 4 again, it's been really active and it's right here by our district office. So again, if they're planning to continue, and also Caltrans in general, we do activities on our birthday. So you all are always top of mind for us. So we didn't kind of oversee you all, and hopefully we'll be back next year again to do the events.
All right, last call for questions. Thank you.
Watching that slideshow and listening to that, I'm just reminded of that through line with Dr. Barnes's presentation from this morning, seeing those before and afters in his presentation, and then seeing the work that's happening through the Clean California program and thinking about, those are the same types of things. So really, really amazing to me. 153 projects across the state, 2 million cubic yards. Incredible work. So if we could just get a round of applause for Clean California. All the work. Who here is part of a Clean California or has worked on a Clean California project? It's like we got a lot of hands in the room. So a lot of people have been impacted. A lot of work's been funded by this. And we really do hope that we can see that continue. So we learned yesterday how to advocate for legislation and things like that. So let's put that to work and see if we can keep this going. I do want to recognize that we're back on time, which means that everyone gets a break. So we're going to take a break for the next 10 minutes. So get a chance to stand up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, refill your water bottle, things like that. We'll be back in this room at 11:10. So that's in 9 minutes now. And we'll hear from Sacramento County at that point. So see you all in 10 minutes.
Guys gotta on camera.
They get front stuff. They do stuff like litter cleanup.
Hey, lady, ready?
This is the 2-minute warning. We're gonna get going in 2 minutes. So if you could start finding your seats, wrapping up those conversations, we'll get going in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're gonna start finding our seats. We're gonna start ending our conversations. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. There we go. All right, let's find our seats. That always works. That's a great one. All right. So I'm gonna just welcome everybody back. I hope you had a good chance to stretch your legs. We'll have another break after this next presentation for lunch. So you'll get plenty of opportunities to get up and walk around and network and keep those conversations going, because that's what it's all about, being here in person. It's about connecting with other people who are working in this space, about building coalitions, learning from each other, and so that's what this is all about. So I'd like to welcome our next presenters to the stage from Sacramento County, and we're going to learn about their response plan of action to address illegal dumping. I'd like to welcome Jason Baker, Rebecca Richardson, and Elizabeth Robbins. And I'm going to go ahead and just pass it over to you guys. So welcome to Sacramento County.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, guys. So I'm going to remove this so we don't have the squeak, because we're all different heights. You know, the three of us attended this conference last year, and I noticed two big things. One was the collaboration and connections that everybody has with different departments, organizations, nonprofits. And that was not a new term to me, but it was already opened up in my mind. The second thing I learned was the 3 E's. That was a new term to me. However, that wasn't a new process that we knew of. So what we wanted to do is present what Sacramento County does with the 3 E's. Who we are at a quick glance: we are 311, Department of Transportation, Sheriff's Homeless Outreach Team, Department of Waste Management Recycling, Code Enforcement, and Forensic Clean we hire as one of our subcontractors. Where we serve, Sacramento County is 944 square miles of unincorporated area that we service. We do not service the areas within city boundaries. That's the responsibility of their own city. We service public roadways, waterways, industrial areas, residential neighborhoods, county parks, and rural streets. First, I want to define what illegal dumping is. It's, you guys know what it is. It's everything under the sun, essentially. It's small, loose, scattered litter, large truckloads of debris, homeless encampment waste, unscheduled residential bulky waste pickup, abandoned vehicles, which is becoming one of the largest issues recently. Hazmat, like paint, oil, tires, fallen tree branches, or people that cut tree branches and expect us to come pick it up. Shopping carts are everywhere, furniture, mattresses. What I'd like to do is define illegal dumping. According to Sacramento County, well, that's a lot of words. If you're a lawyer here, read it. What I'd like to tell you is, what is a weed? It's technically a plant that doesn't belong. Flowers, here, can be weeds. Kind of like illegal dumping. It just doesn't belong. The only difference is we need to get rid of and take care of properly those weeds in our neighborhoods. Here's some examples of weeds in our neighborhoods. An abandoned trailer full of trash, boats. The couch on the right is on a dead-end street with no neighborhoods, no streets, no businesses, no lights. Perfect opportunity just to drop a couch, and it's free. This pile of tires is an example of one of 7 piles of tires. I got a call from our county park ranger one day saying, hey, can you come pick up a pile of tires? Sure, I picked it up. So, ended up being a tire business in the Sacramento area that decided to dump 32 tons of tires. Yes, they were arrested. Yes, they were cited. Homeless encampments along train tracks. The homeless encampment on the right, these homeless are so nice, they gather their trash and set it out for us. This is an example of a resident that expects us to come pick it up when they just put it on the street. So they either chop down their tree, set it on the street, or they'll clean out their house and set it on the street. Yes, of course, we are going to pick it up, but we're going to charge you for it for sure. More examples, litter scattered across the areas, and this on the example on the left is a truckload just dumped on the side of the road next to a vineyard in one of our areas. So the 3 E's begin with education. I'll let Rebecca start with that.
Hello, everybody. Rebecca Richardson, Department of Waste Management and Recycling. So I have a little unique background because I came from our operations side. The equipment that you saw in the photos, I used to drive. I'm now on our planning and external relations team. So I look at it like I'm trying to support Jason and Elizabeth's effort. They do the day-to-day work. And I'm trying to jump in and do some of the research, create the outreach material, and collect the data part of it. So what does the impact of illegal dumping have? Well, so it's a crime, and it occurs in both remote locations and our populated areas, as we all know, right? It's easier to do in the remote sections, but I find that, you know, in maybe in the inner city neighborhoods, people don't report it as much. So we're going to work on outreach with that and build a little trust on anonymous reporting. It also declines the property values in your neighborhood, right? And so we need to remind everybody that, because we all want to live and keep our property values up to par. It's also a health and safety issue for your neighborhood, as we've heard the whole entire time, right? Our waterways and everything when it's illegally dumped in our community. So here's some photos also of some of our illegal dump. I also manage our contractor that cleans up the homeless encampment. So I have that unique nexus where it's kind of all incorporated. So these are some photos of some of our encampments that are left over to clean up, and they're in our waterways, and we have some great local nonprofits cleaning up our creeks. So it's hazardous, and it also, if you don't clean it up right away, we notice that it just causes a bigger problem. So the best response is to get out there right away, clean it up, and then also do the research of why and, you know, get into the communities better. But we got to first clean it up quickly. Okay, so I'm very proud of this because I worked really hard, but I created this illegal dumping flyer, and I take it to all my outreach events and all my team's outreach events. I send it with everybody. I was able to get it on Sac County Facebook page and the Instagram page, and I have it on one of our electronic billboards. So that's one thing, right, is the outreach and education, like, so people know how to report it, right? Download the 311 app. It takes 5 minutes. Like, it's super easy. You got to make it easy for folks, right? Then you could geo points where the pile is. It shows a photograph of what the pile is. Then 311 knows how, if they need to route it to our department, it's a big illegal dump pile, or litter on the street goes to DOT, Department of Transportation. So that's easy. Education, right? So at the bottom left, that is our heat map. So if you look at the red, those are significant problem areas, and the data is based on our 311 reports. So my goal is to move forward and create some different outreach material and in different languages so that we're hitting everybody. And I'm inspired to hear all this over the weekend or over the last 2 days, but to go out to the schools, I think, in my opinion, that's where we really need to start, is the schools and with the children. And I'm also on the 1383 compliant, so it kind of ties all in with the organic food waste and everything. So we give presentations to PBIDs as well, and so I also bring my outreach material for illegal dumping. So I wanted to, the River City Waterway Alliance is one of our nonprofit groups. And when I first got the position I'm in, they were very frustrated. Somehow they got my number. And so I met with them for quite a few hours. And, you know, a lot of times our volunteers, they just want to be heard. They just want to be recognized. They just want a little help, right? So I felt the frustration for them. They're going out, they're doing all this great work in our creeks. Well, we have regional parks. We don't really have anybody over our creeks. We have water resources that does the maintenance and stuff, but to actually clean. So they do great work. So they were just frustrated because not only they're doing this great work, but they're also paying for everything, the dumping fees and all that. So our department offers a free dumping voucher for nonprofits. So that's not my team. It's a residential side. So anyways, I connected them. So now they get free dumping vouchers. So that in itself was enough to make them feel a little more supported. So we were able to do that. We also issue up to $1,000 rewards if there's convictions. So we issued $11,000 in rewards last year. I know this sounds a little strange, but my goal is to increase that number. I know, not necessarily giveaway, but what that means is more people are reporting, more are coming to convictions. And in my opinion, I want it to don't dump in Sac County because they are not playing. So that's where I want it to get to. And it'll get there. I promise. So let's see, what else are we doing? Oops. So also, hold on, we have a little delayed reaction. Okay. So what I notice, and I'm glad I don't feel alone in this because I hear it all over today and yesterday, is the lack of collaboration and all the silos, right? So I work for a specific department, but my view is we all get paid by the County of Sacramento. I don't care what department you're in, and we all have a stake in the game, whether it's highways and bridges, whether it's you know, just other water resources, just different departments, different county agencies. We partner with the city a lot on other stuff, collaboration. But if you get more people involved, right, we can make a bigger impact. So what we're doing, Jason runs a bi-monthly meeting, illegal dumping meeting. Right now it's just county, different agencies. But when I first started on it, it was like our department and our department. No, I think code enforcement was on it, but now we have 311, we have water resources, we have code enforcement, we have the sheriff's department involved in these bi-monthly meetings, and then you get collaboration and how we can help each other. So With that, I will pass it off to Jason Baker with Eradication.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, the second E that I learned last year is eradication. How do we get rid of it? Yeah, again, one of my jobs, I'm an operations supervisor. I oversee the trucks and the drivers and operations, the coordination to just pick it up. The way we do it is through three sources. Of course, through Department of Waste Management. Yes, we have an app. There's always an app for that. Sacramento DOT, as well as Forensic Clean, we also subcontract with. So it starts with the report. 311 receives the report either online through their app. Yes, they have an app too, and online or the phone. Dispatchers then determine where the items are located, what the items are, and which department to send the information to. So 311 has 27 dispatchers that operate 24/7, 365 in Sacramento. So by the numbers, last year we got reports of 9,609 illegal dumps. 1,652 tons were hauled just from illegal dumping. 852 code investigations were started. 340 unscheduled pickup fees, like the big tree branches and the home clean out. 32 citations were issued last year. So how it's picked up. I found a really cool picture of, I think it was 1998, is that old green truck there. And meet Bulky Ben. That's one of our advertising heroes there that's on our website. Here's one of our newer pieces of equipment. We still use the knuckle boom truck. It's the most effective to pick up and clean up as much as we can, but when there are the big piles, we have a claw loader. And alongside the claw loader is a rear loader that we do pack just about 10 tons of trash into each load. But sometimes our equipment does fail. It does get old. It does need to be replaced. And we are part of a breeding program in Sacramento County. Welcome the rear loader and its baby. Oh, so cute. So cute. I love this. I think one of our most effective actions is being proactive. I have known area sweeps. It's called the IDHAR route because we are a government agency. We love our acronyms. It's the illegal dump hot area routes. I have a certain set map of streets that we know are regularly dumped areas. We'll just go there preemptively and pick up anything that they see before it's even reported. Community cleanup events like the one down below. Community members just gathering together and telling me, hey, we got a giant pile, all picked up, cleaned up the area, now it's ready for service. Advertising and public outreach. The picture above is at Sacramento City College at Touch a Truck event. All the kids and families are invited to come jump in their trucks, honk the air horn. It's a great event, but it's also an educational opportunity for them and their parents and families of what to do with their waste. And scheduled bulky waste pickup service. Sacramento County offers all residents one free bulky waste pickup a year, about the size of a pickup truck, 8 foot by 8 foot by 4 feet. We think that scheduling bulky waste pickup does really help. And enforcement with the Elizabeth.
Hi, so my name is Elizabeth, and I'm a code enforcement officer for the County of Sacramento. I am the primary illegal dumping officer for the south half of the county. We have one other officer that does the north half, so there's basically 2 of us and a senior, and I have a lot of ground to cover, so it can be quite daunting sometimes. I'm going to just quickly go over my process, what I do when I get a case, how I look at it, and how I investigate. So is it up? There it goes. So how it starts is we'll get a complaint and it'll be received by 311. Those complaints can come from the community, fellow code enforcement officers, sheriff's department, hot team, anywhere. So when 311 gets the complaint, they'll send it to the Department of Waste Management for immediate service and cleanup. So we don't want those items on the street. We don't want them to cause a nuisance and all of that. So they immediately gets dispatched. At the same time, a duplicate incident is created for code enforcement for review. So some of the things we're looking for is any sort of actionable intel that we can actually open an investigation on. Suspect description, vehicle license plates, a populated location area that I can just go out and canvas and talk to people, anything that we can follow up on. So after that happens, I will actually receive the case. It'll come across my desk, and then I'll start my investigation process. Okay. And so some of the things that I do is I look at where and what first. Where is this? Can I get to it? Are resources going to be able to get to it? Waste management, all of that. What is it is going to tell me, am I going to need additional resources? Is waste management going to be able to handle it? Am I going to have to call a tow truck out there, environmental waste, any of that stuff? So I'll also look at what time of day this was reported. That's going to tell me if I'm going to have reliable witnesses or if surveillance cameras, residential cameras, all of that stuff are going to be reliable. If it's at night, probably don't have super reliable footage. And then I'm going to look to see if there was a suspect description or any reporting party information in the report given. So this kind of gives me a starting point as well. And then I'm going to try to determine how. How is not always able to be determined, right? You can't always determine how something happened, but sometimes it'll lead you back to the who. So if you're investigating and they say, oh, the tenant put it out there, I saw them dragging it out. Okay, well, now I have a who to start with. So after I kind of discover, or excuse me, after I kind of, contemplate all this and go through it, I'll go through the 311 complaint and I'm looking, is there a photo? Has waste management already been out there? Have they already serviced the pile? If so, a lot of my physical evidence is probably gone. And then I'm going to look at, does the property have prior incident history? Maybe other illegal dumping complaints, maybe barking dog complaints, maybe there's a lot of sheriff's activity at the property. Things like that I want to know before I go out there. Did it go? Okay, there it goes. And then I'm going to contact the RP and generally I'll ask them to retell me what happened. Can you tell me why you filed the complaint? What's going on? A lot of times they differ greatly. So it's like playing that telephone game when you were a kid, right? They called, they did the complaint, it was transcribed, it's something completely different. So this is also a really good time for me to talk to the RP about things that are going on in their neighborhood. And they'll say things like, oh, their dang dog is never on a leash. It's always in my front yard. That's really important. I want to know that before I step on their property, that they've got a 100-pound dog that's never on a leash. So for officer safety, those are very good times for me to follow up. And then I also have access to their utility account. So I'm going to check to see, did they attempt to schedule a pickup? Did they call and ask for any information regarding the pickup? Things like that. Sometimes the neighbor scheduled a pickup and the address is reported incorrectly. Sometimes the person across the street scheduled something. So just covering all your bases. And then finally, I'm going to go out into the field. And I'm going to go to the incident location and I'm going to look at that pile of trash and I'm going to dig. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to look, is there an Amazon box? Is there a piece of mail? Is there something that will lead me to who I'm looking for? And then I'm going to inspect the immediate area. And things I'm looking for are, do the homes around the area have Ring doorbells? Is there business surveillance? Is there residential surveillance in the area that I can maybe request? Does the county have a county camera in the area? Maybe I can pull our footage, see if somebody drove by or find them specifically dumping in that location. And then I'm also looking for, is the neighbor watching me? Are they peeking out their window watching me go through the pile or do my job? Because they're probably a really good resource. I probably want to go talk to that person because they probably saw what happened. So just making sure you're talking to people in the street, knocking on doors, talking to the person walking their dog by, because those are the people that are probably knowing what's going on in their neighborhood. So then I'm going to gather all of my information. I'm going to determine what the best and most appropriate enforcement method is for each case individually. So the Sacramento County, we have 4 ways of enforcing illegal dumping. So the first would be a verbal warning or no action. Sometimes you get a complaint and you go out and turns out it's really not illegal dumping. There was just a misunderstanding of what happened. Other times you go out and anything in the right of way in the county of Sacramento is considered illegal dumping. If I go and I make contact with you and I tell you, hey, you can't have this out in front of your house, and you move it, there's not really reason for me to pursue that further. So close it, compliance, great. You've been educated, you know the process now, and I don't really need to go further. The second one would be an unscheduled pickup fee, and we charge these straight to the property, to the trash bill. And this is in instances where they place items in the county right away. They didn't schedule that pickup, and yes, it's illegal dumping. Yes, I can cite them $1,000, but is it necessary? So we'll charge the property instead of going that full citation route. Works as an educational tool and gets them to know how to schedule those pickups, how to call 311, and how to do the process correctly. And then the third level we have is a court level citation. So things that we'll issue court level citations for are illegally dumping into commercial containers. A lot of people don't realize that that is a form of illegal dumping. You can't go behind Walmart, you can't go behind Carl's Jr. and dump your mattress or dump your things just because there's a dumpster there. Scavenging is also illegal in the county. And then we can also cite for the 2 penal code sections for both illegal dumping and littering. And then recently, just less than a year ago, Sac County created the administrative penalty process. We were taking all of our citations to essentially traffic court, and it was very time consuming. So we now have taken the illegal dumping portion in-house, and we issue county administrative penalties that are heard by a hearing officer rather than going to traffic court. Streamlines the process a little bit for us, and just makes it more accessible for us. So a lot of resources that I use, parcel viewer, utility accounts, 311 systems, DMV. I'll look for registered owner information, vehicle information. We have access to a clear system, which we can do background checks on potential suspects, come up with new addresses, new phone numbers, new contact. We also have access to KPF, which is a known persons file. It will tell me if they've had any contact with local law enforcement. And then the same thing for CLETS. It's a nationwide, but it'll tell me if they've had contact with law enforcement. And then some things people don't really think about. Google, social media is wonderful. It's amazing how many people put stuff on social media. Craigslist, and of course, in-field interviews, talk to people. And community contacts. I've got people, because I've been out there so frequently, they'll call me directly, they'll send me emails directly, they'll send us their camera footage from their homes. Hey, I caught this person. And then cameras, whether they're county cameras, residential cameras, or business cameras. And then just to finish up, I just wanted to briefly talk about a couple challenges that I feel like I've faced with doing the investigations. So first off, we're all human, right? Let's talk about this. Don't jump to conclusions, because sometimes you get that complaint and you're like, oh my goodness, this street again, or oh my goodness, this again. And so I think it's very important to not allow your mindset to go there, and to just work every case individually, and then let the facts and the evidence determine actually what happened. And then physical area can be a challenge. The terrain, can I get there? Or is it remote? If so, I'm going to have some difficulty with investigating the process. And then community sentiment towards code enforcement and law enforcement in general, that can be a huge challenge. So the North County versus the South County, completely polar opposites. I will go and I will knock and I will leave 10 or 20 business cards and I might get one phone call. My partner in the North will go and he'll knock and he'll leave one card, and that person made photocopies and he's getting 20, 20 calls. So that can be pretty challenging depending on your area and how you're connecting with people. And then the last thing, cross-department collaboration. It's amazing. I love these guys. We work together so well, but it can be super challenging sometimes, because for Sac County anyways, we don't have a single form of or channel to communicate with each other about this stuff. So it's a lot of emails back and forth, and it's a lot of just keeping each other on their toes and letting everybody know kind of what's going on continuously. So as much as it's wonderful and we all love it, sometimes it can be very challenging. So those were my thoughts. Want to finish it out?
Oh, I already clicked it. So where do we go from here? I guess that's our biggest question is, what do we do? We don't stop. We don't stop. I wanted to have the three of us present this year because I feel we're doing a pretty good job in Sacramento, but there's always room for improvement. And I also wanted to come here to learn from you guys. You guys have some amazing ideas, amazing collaborations, and we want to learn as well. So that's it for us. You guys have any questions for us?
Any questions for Sacramento County? Yes, lots of questions.
I'm really impressed with the thoroughness of the investigation. That's impressive. When, Jason, you mentioned when you go drive by a truck and you pick up a load off the road, do you get a chance to investigate, pick through that, or not always?
Not always. So it'll depend if the report comes in before. Sometimes I try to meet them out there. My response time is just not as fast due to kind of the process that I showed. It kind of goes to them first before it ever comes to us. So primary function is always get it going. We don't want it there. We don't want it sitting, encouraging more people coming by, dump more. We don't want the rodents. We don't want the roaches. We don't want all of the other nuisances that come from that. So that's the one priority always.
The beauty of the 311 reports is pictures. A lot of times they'll report a picture as well. That'll help PERS as well if
Yeah.
my PERS already picked it up.
I know we have a question online.
Yeah, this is for Jason. How did you identify the company that dumped all the tires?
So my phone call I received through the Sacramento County Parks Ranger. They ended up setting up Wi-Fi enabled solar game cameras in a couple of different areas. So after a 3-month long process, they found who was dumping it. It was a U-Haul truck rented by this tire business. The game cameras.
Game cameras. Yes.
I lived in Natomas area, and Elkhorn from 99 to Natomas Boulevard is a dumping site. But I know one side's county, the other side's city. So how does that work for you guys? Do you cover illegal dumping on the north side of Elkhorn? Because there's always stuff on that side, but there's some on the south side.
Yes, and then it's a whack-a-mole game. And then I get put on all the emails, whether they're in the county or the city. So, yes, I understand the general area because, to your point, we have these issues where the lines are cut, like with our homeless encampments as well. The county does a pretty good job. They just walk across the street. So now it becomes the city's problem. While sometimes we work together, sometimes, as you know, we also work in silos. And that's also because our different agencies operate differently and they go through, we don't have the same channels. So, yes, sometimes the chief of staff will put me on there because I do manage forensically, our contractor that cleans up those, and they also carry a contract with the city of Sacramento. So sometimes I ask for favors, just to make the city residents happy too, because as I said, they do things differently than the county. So it's a walkable game with the line, where the lines are. We have a lot of that issues.
So if I just call 311, it'll get.
Yes, and just know that there's a city 311 app and a county one, and they know where you're at.
Okay.
So you can't use the county one in the city or vice versa. So that's also because I give geography lessons because a lot of people don't really know where they live.
There's a washing machine on the city side that's been dumped.
That's the best thing and this is what I tell everybody is like to Jason's point, like I even think I have a direct channel. Jason, can we 311 it? Yeah. Jason, that's what I'm calling you. Anyways, my only point to that is statistical purposes, right? We want to keep generally correct stats, but also it just helps, right? Because then I may ask Jason 5 times to go pick up something or whatever. If it's all on an email or whatever, it's just best to do 311. But that's why I created my flyer, because I used to go to a lot of community events and downloading the app takes like 5 seconds. A lot of people are out on their walk or whatever and do that, trust me. And then Jason sees my name all over everything. I'm like, but it's for the greater good, right? So download the 311 app, sir. I suggest that. And anytime you
Okay, if you just wanna have something to do for the day, let's go drive around doing 311.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Elizabeth and Jason, cover your ears. So, anyway, that's what I suggest.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will be sending you lots of photos.
So you schedule, you charge people unscheduled pickup fees. Is that fixed amount or is that vary depending on what?
It's fixed amount for pile size.
Okay.
So everything's measured by 5 cubic yards.
Okay.
And then all of the fees have already been like pre-approved by the Board of Supervisors, so we can't adjust those outside of the schedule. So right now it's just under $70. I think it's $69.80 for the first 5 cubic yards. Then it's like 28 something for every additional 5 cubic yards. And then July 1, it'll go up, and I think it's going up to just above $70 or $71.
I know we have a couple more questions online as well.
Yes, what percent of illegal dumpings are investigated and how many investigators are there?
So there's only 2. There's myself and my partner. I do the whole South County, and he does the whole North County. And then unfortunately, a lot of the stuff, like if it happens in rural areas, we don't necessarily have anything to open a case. If you send in a report and you say, hey, there was a couch dumped out on ABC Road and there's nothing within 10 miles, there's nothing for me to follow up on. There's no cameras, there's no people, anything like that. So it'll get serviced and it'll definitely get taken care of. But as far as the investigation phase goes, there's not really much that I can do as far as that's concerned. So we had about 851 cases open just last year, January 1 to December 1 or December 31st. So, and then our rate of some sort of fee or something is close to 50%. So like I said, sometimes, you know, we do focus a lot on education and those verbal warnings and just, you know, making sure that people know the process. So, you know, we had a lot of unscheduled pickup fees and we had, you know, 32 citations, and we try to reserve the citations for the most egregious cases and then, you know, educate and do the fees for things that maybe people just need a little bit more knowledge on.
Yes.
This is regarding the unscheduled pickups. How often are the individuals or the residents who have the items directly in front of their house insisting they didn't do it?
Almost all the time.
Yeah.
I swear it's not mine. There before.
And some cut tree branch in the street, and then you look at the tree in their yard. I had that conversation with somebody one time back in the day. Sir, this was yours.
A lot of times, you know, like I said, the private consumption's getting cleared, so I'll show up and you know, I'll be like, hey, how's it going? Introduce myself. So, you know, there was a report that there was a pile in front of the house. What was your plan for that? So I always ask very open-ended questions. So they don't really have an answer to what was your plan with that. It wasn't mine usually. It was, oh, well, I had set it out there with a free sign, you know, so it's just kind of leading them with those open-ended questions. So they don't get a lot of opportunity to say, you know, if you say, hey, was that pile yours? They're gonna be like, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you go and say, yeah, did you have a plan? Or what was your plan with that refrigerator? Then they're like, oh, you know, my cousin was supposed to come pick it up and he didn't. And I was gonna call, but I didn't. And so, yeah.
Yes.
I have a question about the rewards program. How is it set up? How does it work? Was there any legal issues that you had to go through to set it up, and how effective has it been?
So the way the rewards program works is any information that leads to a citation or a conviction, you are eligible for that reward system. So when we were doing the court citations, it was a very long, lengthy process. If I write a traffic court citation, court dates are 90 days out, which means you have any time between that time to contest your violation in those 90 days. And if you choose to contest, then the court sets a court date for even beyond that. So now here we are 6 months, a year after an incident, and people are getting frustrated too, saying, you know, where's my reward and all this. And we always have to wait for the conclusion of that case to issue them. So people, after the conclusion of a case, the officers ourselves will generally follow up with the person and say, hey, super appreciate all the information. Please continue your report. By the way, you know, you're eligible for this reward. I can send you the form. It is tracked by the county. It is taxable. So I'll send it to you. If you like to claim it, go ahead and send it back to me. Some people say no. Some people, when they report, they stay anonymous, so there's no way for me to like track that person down and have them give the reward. After I collect their information, it gets sent to finance through the county. Finance does all the back end stuff, issues the check, does all that. The only issue we had recently is when we moved to the administrative penalty process. Finance held all of our rewards because they're like, well, wait a minute, our process says citation, and now you went to this process. So we had to go to the board of supervisors and say, hey, we moved over to this process. We need the rewards to also apply to this process as well, which was not difficult, but time consuming.
But it streamlines it for our code enforcement, because a lot of times they were going to court, getting it thrown out. Well, right? And how daunting is that? So.
Was there any legal issue to go through to set it up?
Not that I'm aware of. Because I mean, just board of supervisor approval. I mean, the reward has been around for a long time. I mean, for as long as I can remember living in Sac County, I've always seen the signs report illegal dumping, $1,000 reward. So.
And that's my goal with the outreach stuff, because unfortunately, whether we like it or not, money tends to get people's attention. So my goal is to get boots on the ground, get out there, business owners, even though we do not service on private property, that's a business owner's responsibility. But the more people that report, the more that, we collaborate. Look, you get this out, put cameras on your business to help you and help us help you. So that's my goal. Sure.
So every single work request you guys get, code enforcement has to follow that work request, essentially.
So a duplicate one is created for code enforcement, and it goes to a general inbox for code enforcement. And yes, our senior or our supervisor will sit down and physically go through every single one of those requests and figure out how much information is included in that report. And then, like I said, if there's actionable intel for us to open an investigation, then it's immediately opened, and then it'll get sent to the area officer. If there's not information, if it's just red couch on the side of the road, then it kind of just gets booted back out. So
Now, what about for the operators that are operating the lightning loaders that go around? Are they reporting everything through 311 as well, or are they just picking up the couch and moving on?
When I send my drivers out to the IDH and the hot route areas, they do document what they're picking up. They don't usually take pictures though.
So it's not a code enforcement issue at that point, right? They're just picking up the trash and they're moving on.
Yeah, we just sweep the area, pick it up, and wait till next.
Perfect.
Quick question, does the garbage you guys collect, does it get sorted? Or does it just all go to one?
Unfortunately, minimally. We do our best to separate appliances because they're the easiest to separate. Tires, we do like to separate. But a great majority of the illegal dumps are so saturated and so contaminated, we're unable to sort as much as we really want to.
Have you ever gone after the generator, even though you found the actual dumper? Have you ever enforced all the way to the generator of the waste?
So, and I was super interested in Del Norte County because they were talking about doing this, and our code does not allow for that. So it says no person shall place, deposit, or accumulate. And so unless the generator was cleaning out their property and they told the contractor, go ahead and leave it right there on the road, I can't go after the generator. It would be the contractor who dumped it that I would have to find or track down. So.
Last call for questions. Yes.
Private versus public property. How do you guys address illegal dumping on vacant lots or anything? The vacant lot process as well?
So private property can get a little bit tricky. It's a little bit frustrating because if you don't secure your property in the county of Sacramento, you are responsible for clearing that property. So you are responsible as a property owner to secure it and make sure that you are maintaining it. So there are zoning violations and we may not know what happened. So if we get a complaint that there are items on a property, generally what will happen is another entity of code enforcement will send a warning notice saying, hey, you're storing junk and rubbish on your property and you can't do that. Then the person comes and says, wait a minute, I live in Texas or whatever. I didn't even know it was there. It must have been illegally dumped. And so they'll generally work with them and give them time to clear it off in that. But if it's an absentee owner or whatever, those fees for just accumulating the trash are gonna go straight to the property owner. And they get tacked onto that property, and then if it's not addressed, then liens can happen on the property, things like that. That doesn't mean that I can't pursue the person who dumped it. So if there's evidence in there that it came from a certain place, I can definitely follow that. Just as the county, we can't go in and clean it up because it's considered property at that point. It's not in our right of way.
Do you ever, get the big awards?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, big round of applause for Sacramento County.
Always so exciting to hear about how the 3 E's are being implemented in different areas. You know, I know in Alameda County, we've done the 3 E's. We piloted that in 2018, and we found you know, certain things work, certain things didn't. We shared them in our report that's been disseminated widely. But you know, to see that get picked up by other counties and to see how that's run is just incredible. You know, that prevention work with the free dump vouchers for nonprofits, so cool. I love that. I want to figure out how we can do that here. The administrative penalty process, I'm going to be following up to get your ordinance because I really want to do something like that. But just incredible work. So thanks again. We're now going to go to everyone's favorite part of the day, which is lunch. And so we're going to take until 12:30. So that's going to be half an hour for lunch. Everything's available across the street or across the hallway. And as you recall, just as you leave, go to your left, please, and then follow around to the right. That way we're all going the same direction and not creating different paths. Somebody seems to have left a charger. It's right here. So if you left a charger, I've got it for you. And we'll see you back here at 12:30. This is a 5-minute warning. We're going to be returning to the conference in 5 minutes. All right, we've got 2 minutes. If you can hear my voice, we've got 2 minutes. You can bring your lunch in here. Not worried about it. Let's find those seats and get ready to go. All right. All right, welcome back to the Illegal Dumping Conference. As everyone gets their seat and trickles back into the room, we have just a brief video that we're going to play that highlights some of the rural impacts of illegal dumping. We've talked about this many times, about how illegal dumping knows no bounds, whether you're in an urban area, suburban area, rural area. Illegal dumping is there, but it shows up different in each of those areas. And as part of the statewide conference, it's really important to us to take that comprehensive approach so that we can understand how to address this issue across all those different types of areas. So really appreciate this issue being brought to our attention in rural areas, and I'm not gonna say please, because it's not a good video. But, you know, I'm glad that we get to show it here. And so Mel, let's get that going.
Two of our volunteers, who will remain anonymous for security reasons, found the following illegal dumping trash sites in Lancaster, Palmdale, in LA County. They are bringing out tractor-trailer loads of trash and dumping it right out in the open. This is what happens when there is no enforcement, at least not at these locations. This is criminal. The trash that you are seeing now has been partially buried. It appears that they dug down deep, filled it with trash, and then covered it up with dirt. You can see the area that has yet to be covered. We also found a dumping site in El Mirage in San Bernardino County that you can see here, including close-up stills to show how much trash is in the mulch they are dumping there. This site is roughly 40 acres and about 2 feet deep, with the surrounding mounds being 10 feet tall. The chemical smell is so bad that you can't stand near it without getting sick. Literally sick. We have no idea what's in this material, but it is as serious as it gets. We will have it tested. Our desert is systematically being destroyed in real time. These areas will be toxic for decades. Chemicals will get into our groundwater, rendering it contaminated for years. This is very serious. This is criminal dumping of the highest caliber. I thought I'd seen it all. Well, I hadn't. We are working on the problem.
All right, thanks to Desert High Keepers for bringing that to our attention, and always happy to highlight the important efforts that are happening throughout the state. So round of applause for bringing that to us. And you know, we're hoping that we get to continue to highlight those issues across the state. But I want to just take a moment to recognize that, you know, issues like this are sometimes so complicated and so pervasive and vast that it can seem insurmountable. You know, seeing piles of garbage that are that big, it's hard to describe. And so that, to me, is why it's so important to come together, to collaborate, because it's not just one agency or one sector or one person that can make a difference, but if we all come together, each of us, we can actually start to move the needle on this. So I want to just take a moment to recognize the collaboration that's in the room. So if you are affiliated with a public sector, so like the state, a county, or a city, or a special district, could you raise your hand right now? There's all of our public sector in the room, right? If you are in the private sector, so if you work for a private business or something like that, if you could raise your hand now. We've got our private sector partners in the room. If you work with a nonprofit or grassroots, or you're an individual who's passionate, you know, raise your hand. There we go. Public, private, nonprofit, community groups, we're all here together in this room talking about illegal dumping, and that's what this conference is all about. So together we can tackle issues like this no matter how big they are, and that's why it's so important that we come together today. So I want to just thank everyone for being here today. We're going to start our afternoon session now, and we have a couple of exciting presentations coming up for you. The next one that we have is going to be from the city of Palmdale about their efforts to do enforcement related to illegal dumping. Following that, we'll hear from Santa Clara County's litter abatement program on how the County of Santa Clara is partnering with Cal Recycle and cities. And then in the afternoon, after a small break, we will have how communities are using artificial intelligence to clean up and recycle better, followed by a closing keynote and some closing remarks. And at the end, I just want to note there will be opportunities. We're hoping to do a nice group photo of everyone who's here today with our awesome backdrop that we've got. So stick around at the end. Don't just rush out the door. I know it's, we've been here for a couple days together and it's tempting to just run. But let's, stick together and hang out for just a little while after the conference as well. So please give a warm IDCon welcome to Benjamin Luca from the city of Palmdale. He started at the city of Palmdale in 2007 and has almost 25 years of experience in the environmental field with approximately 23 years working in the public sector. Welcome, Ben.
Great. So as it was mentioned, my name is Ben. I work for the city of Palmdale in Southern California. And if you were here last year, you may recall I spoke about our illegal dumping action plan and how it was a living document. And just in case you were here last year and have forgotten or you're new, I'm just going to go over that real quick and it'll help explain what I am going to talk about. So like I mentioned, we're in the high desert area of Southern California. We have over 100 square miles in our city, and we have a pretty low population density because with that over 100 square miles, we have about 170,000 residents. And so we have a lot of open spaces. And the video you just saw with the high desert keepers, it was more like closer to our neighboring city, but still it's issues that we're dealing with on a regular basis. And so, we believe that illegal dumping, I don't want to say it's made easier, but it's a lot more conducive for people to do it because of our low population density. And unfortunately, although I don't subscribe to that kind of sentiment, a lot of people think it's just the desert. So it's like, it doesn't matter, it's just the desert. And, and so they feel that doing bad things to the environment of the desert isn't as bad as doing it on the beach or in the forest, etc. But I disagree. And I know that beachfront communities also have the same problem as well as the forest. But I believe that's kind of the sentiment in our area that kind of lends itself to those kind of actions. So we have an internal team, and this was a discussion in between sessions, etc., that I've had quite often about how there's no set responsibility when it comes to illegal dumping. It crosses over lines. So for example, I'm from the Innovation and Environmental Division of our city, and we've taken the lead. It doesn't mean that we're telling others what to do. It's just we're orchestrating things, we're bringing things together so that we can have concrete information about what exactly is the city of Palmdale doing to address illegal dumping. But also we have a lot of help from maintenance, and they're doing a lot of the groundwork. They're putting a lot of work and effort into cleaning up those areas. And unfortunately, a lot of times being accused of not doing anything, because as soon as they clean it up and they're gone, other people come and dump there again. And so then residents will complain that they've never done anything. But they're doing a lot of work and they've put a lot of effort into it. Also, we've been working a lot with code enforcement, and they've been a very valuable partner to us as well. And there's a lot of things that our environmental or our maintenance department divisions can do where code enforcement really needs to be involved. And also we get help from the city manager's office, administration, city attorney's office. We need a lot of legal assistance at times to figure out how best to address something and how to truly make a good impact. And also finance has to be very heavily involved too, because it is very costly to address illegal dumping. So our one solution was an illegal dumping action plan. And like I mentioned, it's a living document. It was intentionally drafted to be not the end all be all for the city of Palmdale. It's It's a living document. It's designed to change. And in case you've never heard the expression living document, what that really means, the best definition I could find is that it was in an article called The Living Constitution, where the person wrote that a living constitution is one that evolves, changes over time, and adapts to new circumstances without being formally amended. And so when we were told you need to come up with a solution, you need to have one now, there was a little bit of resistance when we said, okay, well, this is what our solution, and us saying it's going to change. It's not going to stay the same. It's a living document. We're going to be constantly editing it. We're going to constantly be changing it. And I like to use football, American football, not soccer football, but American football as an example of it gives us the ability to be able to call an audible. And in case you're not familiar with American football, an audible is a great way to compare this. It's a great concept because, the coach will tell the offensive team, this is what we're going to do. And this is a formation you're going to have. And this is how you're going to advance and be able to make a touchdown. So the quarterback tells the rest of the team, yells out the code to the team, and the team knows what the code means and what kind of formation they need to have. But then the quarterback's standing there and he looks at the defensive end. He's like, oh, great. They know what we're going to do. And they're going to neutralize us. And we may even lose yardage instead of gaining yardage. So he'll call an audible. He'll yell out to the team a different code, and then they'll change up, and then they'll do that play to hopefully have better success. And that's what we're doing with our living document. We're calling audibles. We're changing priorities. Maybe out in the field, it's like, you know what, this was a high priority, but it no longer is. We got to prioritize something else. We're adjusting and deleting tasks that we have in our living document. And we're also adjusting implementation schedules, like I'll soon discuss, because maybe we've realized that, yeah, if we stick to the schedule, if we're adamant, we said it's going to happen at this time and it's going to happen, maybe we won't have success and we won't have another try at it. So we're adding new efforts, and as the needs and scenarios change. So we're able to adjust without a whole lot of oversight, without us having to go back to the council every single time. Oh, we're going to do this instead of this now, or we're going to do that instead of that. So we're able, of course, we keep our department heads and everyone above us informed of what we're doing, but we're given that ability to be able to change and adjust. And so, and a good example of our changing priorities has to do with geofencing. Geofencing is a very interesting concept. What we're doing is we've identified hotspots, areas that we have a lot of problems with illegal dumping in. And so we've established a geofence around or as near to that area as we can. And what a geofence does is that whenever anyone enters in that area, it pretty much tags their cell phones. And then what happens is that later on, when they're on Spotify or some other apps that they get ads, they get targeted ads sent to their phone. And so let me kind of go a little more into this so you can see what it is we're doing with this geofencing concept. So when we were first looking into geofencing, and I think the city of Victorville is listening in, and it was their idea. We took it from them, I'll be honest. And they were saying that they wanted to do it, and we heard it. And when we were discussing our living document, our illegal dumping action plan, it was, in all honesty, a lower priority. But some thought, you know what, or it was more like when we were changing our priorities, Stephanie, who's our analyst, who does a lot of this work, she's like pointed out, you know what, we can still do that, move forward with this with the budget we have. And so we kind of massaged it into taking earlier action versus waiting till a little bit later and concentrating on other efforts. But when we were trying to justify it, we were trying to do research to find the effectiveness of geofencing, and obviously there was nothing about illegal dumping and geofencing. But what we did find at that time was an article about how auto dealers love geofencing. And they love it because it allows them to poach potential car buyers from other auto dealerships. So they would establish a geofence around their competition. And as someone enters into that area to buy a car, they're identified as someone who's in the market for buying a new car. And so maybe if they don't buy a car at that moment, they'll leave, and all of a sudden they're getting ads from the competition saying, "Hey, come over here. We've got a great deal for you, and have you thought about this new model of car, etc." And they were seeing that their sales were increasing by doing geofencing. So what were we doing? Were we saying, "Hey, dump over here instead of over there"? No, but what we did is we decided to kind of play some mind games with illegal dumpers. So what we did is yeah. I mean, we all know, it used to be Big Brother's watching, but now it's like we know Siri, Google, Alexa, they're listening. And I know once just kind of randomly, I was talking about it with someone, and I said, let's test it, let's see. And I was like, why don't we talk about curling for a little while, since I have absolutely no interest in curling. If you're a curling fan, I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult you there. But let's just talk about it for a little while and see how long it takes for our phones to pick up on that. The very next day, I got an update about a curling championship and who won. And so, so we were playing into that of our phones are constantly listening to us. They're monitoring what we're doing. And usually it's supposedly for our advantage, but what if we got people scared thinking it was to their disadvantage? So how do you quantify the results from geofencing? So now I'm really going to age myself. I made references to Big Brother, and so I know already people are, but I'm going to make references to something I saw in a rerun of a show called Mama's Family to kind of outline my dilemma. So in this show, Mama's Family, which it was like a late night, I think it was like when I was in college, and I was sitting down, just had the TV on, and I had a rerun on. Mama, who's the one in the bottom center there, she was having an argument with her son, who's the guy with the tie there behind her, because I guess he had a friend that she felt was a bad influence. And she didn't like it that he was always with the friend. And he kept insisting that the friend saved his life. And, they kept arguing, and she finally got tired of him saying that he saved my life. So she's like, you know what? I'm tired of you saying he saved your life. When did he ever save your life? And so the son said, well, look, many years ago, we went hunting. And I was getting ready to go hunting, and I was about to leave, and he said, where's your orange vest? And I said, I don't want to wear the orange vest. And he said, if you don't wear your orange vest, someone's going to shoot you. So I put on my orange vest, we went hunting, and I didn't get shot. And yeah, that cracked me up. I was laughing, but for some reason, it stuck with me. And little did I know that my career is going to be using that justification, oh, I didn't get shot, as a justification for things. But a lot of us who work for the public sector, when you're doing preventative measures, how do you prove that your preventative measures were effective? If you're doing repairs to a bridge, how do you prove that, oh, if I wouldn't have done those repairs, that bus full of special needs children would have crashed and everyone would have died? You can't prove that. And so people don't appreciate preventative measures. And, Caltrans was here earlier, and I was remembering several years ago when Caltrans was giving warnings that, a freeway was going to get some major repair work that was heavily used, and they were advertising it, and it was called Carmageddon, and it was like going to be so bad and so horrible. They did such a good job that it wasn't as bad as everyone was saying it was going to be. And what ended up happening? Instead, they made fun of Caltrans, like, oh, you made it such a big deal. And look, it wasn't a big deal, because they took a preventative measure, and instead of letting it get real bad, they got out in front of it, and they were a victim of their own success. So for geofencing, here are the ads that we used. We had a tagline, junk away the right way, and you'll see that it's really targeted, where we were saying penalties for illegal dumping can include fines of up to $10,000. Let's fight illegal dumping together. Learn more now. That was a targeted ad sent to the people who crossed that geofence line. What ended up happening? Here's a map showing all of the areas that were where the targeted ads went out. So you can see the cluster, you can see those big semi-transparent circles where the geofenced areas were located. But then look at where the ads were going. So we were having targeted ads going as far out as Ontario and Corona. But the reason they were getting those ads wasn't just because of some kind of complicated Google formula. They were getting those ads because they crossed that geofence line. And so that's why they were receiving that ad. We're not accusing everyone, all of those dots of illegally dumping, but within those dots, there were illegal dumpers. So we don't know if, maybe those people from those areas thought, I'd like to do a hike in the desert. And, it's like usually some hiking areas where it happened. So maybe they were hiking there, but maybe they were the illegal dumpers. And this was the results. As you can see, we got just shy of 669,000 impressions through our geofencing campaign. That was for, December 2022 through December 2023. So in a 2-year span, we got almost 669 impressions, and we got almost 900 clicks. And the clicks means that when the person received the ad, they tapped on the ad and they opened it up. So what was our conclusion with that data? Well, let me go back again to the data there, the raw data. Okay, although 669,000 is a pretty big number of targeted ads, in my opinion, for me, it was a bigger deal that we had almost 900 people click on it. How many of you get ads and say, oh, wow, I want to see what that ad's about, and click on it? I mean, how many? Yeah, that's what I figured. So why are they clicking through? Why are they tapping on that ad? Because in my opinion, I scared them. We scared them. A guy was out there, or a woman, I don't want to be sexist here, that was out there, they were illegally dumping, and all of a sudden they're like, why am I getting an ad about the fine for illegal dumping? What's going on? I'm gonna click on this, see what's going on. And then maybe, hopefully, they'll tell a friend who was thinking about illegally dumping, hey, you know what? I did that, and all of a sudden I got an ad about illegal dumping and there's a fine. I don't know what's going on. Wouldn't you be paranoid if you were doing something illegal and all of a sudden you got a targeted ad saying, hey, whatever you did is illegal? So that was the conclusion we had. And that's a nice thing about having this living document, because to tell the truth, our committee, our team wasn't in agreement. I was actually in the minority. Most didn't interpret it that way. They were like, well, what kind of data do you have? They were like, is there less illegal dumping in those illegal dumping spots? But this is getting people after the fact. It's not pre-dumping. So who knows when's the next time they're going to go dump illegally? Who knows if they're ever going to do it again, or if they actually spoke to someone who's going to go to that specific area to do it again. So it was heavily contested, and actually the committee shot it down and they said, we're no longer going to do this. But, I wasn't trying to go beyond the committee. I was respecting the committee, but the city manager and the assistant city manager asked to have a meeting with us. And so we were addressing all of what's going on with legal dumping. And when we brought this issue up, I didn't go into details. I just said, oh, we decided to not move forward with it. And they were like, why? And I was like, well, because we didn't have any hard data to prove that it was effective. And I was like, all of the data we had was this click-through rate. And fortunately, they agreed with me, and they said, no, we're overruling your team. You're going to continue with your geofencing campaign. But then again, it's because we have a living document that allows us to change and adapt. We weren't held to specific rules saying, unless you see a 25% reduction in illegal dumping, you're no longer going to continue doing this. It was interpretations, and it was people coming to the conclusion, no, this is a good response, and this is forward, this is future thinking, not trying to stop it there and now. And so then, like I said, our action plan also allows us to change our implementation schedule. We fully had the intent of discussing how our sting operations were going. We had a timetable and we were ready to stick with it. But some of our quarterbacks called an audible and said, no, we're not going to do it. And I'll discuss why in a few minutes, but let me discuss with you what the plan. What was it that we were gonna do? So first with who, it was the sting operations were going to address questionable contractors of why is it that they're able to underbid so significantly other contractors who are willing to do the same kind of work. And so we were gonna work with them, or we were gonna contract with them to handle an area and see, are they actually taking it to landfill or are they cutting corners by illegally dumping those materials? And you know, we'll catch them in the act. I need to tell you, because some who have spoken with me about sting operations, you really need legal's backup on this. You know, our code enforcement team did a good job in convincing them, because there were some concerns about it. Hey, is this entrapment? Are we setting them up to get in trouble? And so they really had to talk it through with legal and get legal sign off. But I can't guarantee that everyone's legal team is going to say the same thing. So what? So we decided to buy, because our IT team recommended it, we decided to get Apple AirTags. And we were going to hide it in an item that we were going to have collected for disposal. And that way we can track where they go with those items. This is still in the works. We haven't come to a full agreement. I'm pushing for us to hide it in a mattress, because at our local landfill, they have a separate area for mattresses. So if we have the AirTag hidden in the mattress, if they do take it to the landfill, then we can recover it, because the landfill will not allow us onto the dumping floor to recover that AirTag. And besides that, the AirTag is an electronic device, and I don't want to be a hypocrite of, well, it was for the greater good that we're sending that electronic device to the landfill. But that we're still trying to work through it and trying to figure out. But that's what I'm pushing for, is hiding it in a mattress. Maybe, code enforcement's going to cringe saying this, but do some kind of graffiti on the mattress so that we can easily identify it and not go through 100 really ugly, dirty mattresses to find it. Nothing against the Mattress Recycling Council, but that way we can quickly retrieve our AirTag and do the next sting operation. How? Well, in the city of Palmdale, we have this thing that we do, which are called neighborhood houses. They're houses that are specifically designated to be neighborhood houses where we do community outreach, etc. So it's a house in the middle of a neighborhood that the city buys, and we do that. And then after a little while, we move the neighborhood house somewhere else, and then we sell that neighborhood house to a family in need that can't afford the house, that can get it at a discounted rate. That's all I know about neighborhood houses, but it was good enough, because the houses that are designated to be future neighborhood houses aren't widely known to be a future neighborhood house. So before it becomes a neighborhood house, we can order a cleanup at that house. And then that's where we'll have the junk items that we want that contractor to take, that hopefully, it'll be a wasted effort and we'll take it to the landfill, but then we'll repeat and do again. Oh, also there's empty lot cleanups too, where we have some empty lots, city-owned lots, where we can request cleanups as well and maybe do it that way. And here's the reason why we haven't moved forward with it. It's because, what I'd like to compare this to is eating a pepper. How many of you are like me and like spicy food, right? So I did some Wikipedia research, so please don't hold me to this. I'm not a scientist who specializes in this, but according to Wikipedia, that pepper you see there is the type of pepper used to make pepper spray. What's the difference between that pepper that you're voluntarily eating or putting in your food and what's found in the pepper spray? Obviously, it's the concentration, or a concentration and where it's hitting you. Obviously, you're not going to touch your eye with every single piece of food that you're going to eat. But, well, the same thing with our sting operations, and this is why code enforcement called this audible. They were like, you know what, we do have financial penalties, but they kept looking at it and they're like, you know what though, we're afraid that some contractors will feel it's worth it anyways. That, how many times can they do it before they get caught and they get fined? And how much money are they going to be saving in the process? So they're working with our city attorney's office to increase the fines so that it can truly sting when someone is doing this illegal dumping, and it'll prevent them from doing it in the future. And also so word can spread and others will stop doing the illegal dumping because they know what happened to so-and-so for doing the same. Sorry, wrong button. So if you're curious about our illegal dumping action plan, there's our website where you can download information on our illegal dumping action plan. I also have my email address there. I've got to warn you though, I get a lot of emails, so I recommend if you have questions for us, please email us at envirotech@cityofpalmdale.org, or else it might take me about 3 months to get back to you and say, sorry, I missed your email. But yeah, we encourage you to reach out to us if you have any questions or you want to talk shop and share information with each other. So that's it. All right, thank you.
Fascinating presentation, and I appreciate the follow-up from last year because I know a lot of us were impressed with no fencing, and so to hear how that went was really exciting. Any questions at this point? Yes.
Thank you for that presentation. It's very informative and interesting. I have a question. Did you test out the sting operation to see how well it worked? Because the Apple AirTags, if you were to place it on me or in my car, I get notified on my phone that someone's tracking you. Apple AirTags. I tried it on my kid. So, and I don't know if it only notifies like Apple phones or other type of phones, but you know, it's tough in real time. I've seen it. It's not easy to pick up in real time unless another Wi-Fi or something could triangulate the signal. But of course, eventually, if you put it in a mattress that gets dumped, where there's a couple hours or so, now you know it's been dumped properly. So.
Well, we've determined that illegal dumpers only use Droid phones. No, I'm kidding. Because that was something that we haven't considered. And I don't think we've done a test run, so that's a good point to make. Maybe we should do some test runs and test it to make sure that it would be effective. It's like I said, we chose those AirTags because our IT department are big Apple fans, and they said AirTags. An AirTag's going to be your best bet for being able to track where that goes. But thank you. I'm glad you pointed that out to us.
Oh, just a quick question. When does it move from civil to criminal on illegal dumping? I mean, honestly, it's not criminal that you drove your contractor to the desert and dumped. And would there be penalties for losing their contractor's license if it's truly a licensed contractor?
Well, I can't talk about the license, and I have our head of code enforcement here, so I'll have him come up here so he can answer your other questions. But in terms of what was your second half of the question?
Just the fact that it might not be enough civil fines or penalties to deter it. When does it move to a criminal? I mean, because obviously has a much bigger stick.
Yeah. So, great question. We've beefed up our ordinance. We recently adopted our law enforcement. Now we're bypassing our district attorney's office, and now we've met with our judges at the Superior Court level, and so get out of the way. We're going to file directly with them and meet with them. So some of the things that we've done is beefed up. If we catch you dumping, we're seizing your vehicle, and you're not getting that back, along with the fines. And we've beefed up our communications team, and we're going to put you on blast. So it's letting you know now Palmdale prosecutes. Palmdale, don't come into Palmdale and do this stuff. So yeah, check out our ordinance. It's pretty beefed up. It not only holds the dumpers responsible, but if you're the property or if you're the homeowner and you hired that unpermitted dumper or a contractor, you're getting fined as well. So.
Oh, we also the contractor's license. Sorry, with the contractor's license, we have a policy of, sorry, I forget, I have so many ABs and SBs in my head, so I forget which one it is, but there's one that was not passed not very long ago that said that if a contractor is caught illegally dumping, it can get referred to the state licensing board, and then they will do their own investigation. So we have a policy that if we catch a contractor we are gonna refer their case to the state licensing board, so hopefully they'll lose their state license.
But even better, well, on our level is we've also enhanced our business license, revoking, so we can revoke their license as well. However, we know that they can get another license, under another name or so forth, but at least it's, we're gonna make it difficult as much as we can.
I don't have a question, I just have a quick comment. My video, I want to make sure everybody is aware that that's not in Palmdale's jurisdiction. So it's not their fault. And I just want to add that, we're a very, very rural area. Most of the areas that we work in are unincorporated. But out of the city areas, Palmdale has become one of the most aggressive on illegal dumping. And I'm really happy about that.
They're the same question. So, how much does it cost to set up geofencing?
For the year, I want to say it was between 10 and 12,000 for a year-long campaign.
Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna add, Androids are sensitive to AirTags. So that's why I feel persecuted as an Android user.
I saw person comment that, that Android prejudice is the only acceptable form of prejudice out there.
Supervisor Miley.
I want to make sure, have you implemented your home operation relative to enforcement?
Yeah, well, that's why we have our team in code enforcement. They've been a great team, and so we have our meetings, and code enforcement updates us on their efforts. And the whole thing about increasing the fines for the contractors is it's thanks to them listening to us, because we made that comment to them that, hey, we're looking at doing some revamps. We think you should look at the fine schedule, because we felt it wasn't high enough. And so that's why they decided to put a stop to the sting operations and address that with the state attorney's office.
And how long have you had your program in place now?
So it was just adopted in January, so it started February. So now our law enforcement is, we have we call our PAC team, which is about 10 to 12 deputies that are strictly quality of life issues. So they're on like our city team. So we should start, and I always do the reset button, but we should start our operations and be super heavy on the enforcement is looking about maybe July 1st, and then we'll be able to provide some real data and numbers on the operations.
Yeah, because that's what I was very interested in knowing. So hopefully next year when we do the conference, you can come back and give us a kind of a case study of what, because I'm a big proponent of enforcement. I mean, education and eradication are great, but you still need to have enforcement to ensure that people do the right thing. Because I bet you there's nobody in this room who's never disobeyed a traffic law. If you haven't, raise your hand. I think we've all speeded at one time, talking to a cell phone, moving about or something. So it's the same thing with legal dumping. Some people are just going to be bad actors, and we need to deal with them. So I'm really curious to see how your enforcement, since it's very aggressive, works out. And so I'm hoping you can come back next year and kind of give us a case study of what occurred.
Yeah, absolutely. What we did, we planned that a lot of the times we're always you tailor the ordinance to your needs, right? So we look at other municipalities and we see what's working, and we're waiting, sometimes, are they getting sued? So who wants to be the first to start it, right? So I would be more than happy to discuss the outcome and see how it's working for us.
Great.
So,
Great. We're in the spotlight you next year.
yeah. And the audible, it's so funny. So the reason we call it the audible is, you're right, the AirTags, it does notify you. So we're looking at other options, more of a law enforcement. Like I said, they use a different GPS for stolen vehicles. So we might upgrade to that. Also the logistics part, we're working with Ashley Cortez with Waste Management to see how we can, when we do about I would say maybe 2 abatement warrants a month. So we have the opportunities to hire different contractors, right? So it's very easy for us to hire just, someone off the paper, and see where it goes from there. If they're heading out to the desert, right, and we're tracking them, we know it's going down. But if they're doing the right thing and they're headed to the dump, that's where we're like, hey, how do we stop them? Do we call Waste Management, let them know, hey, stop that truck because they're going to dump our expensive GPS. So we're working on that. And again, we don't want to be hypocrites. So we'll get that down and hopefully report. Yeah, next year.
Well, we look forward to hearing so much more next year. Thank you both for being here and all the questions.
I know lots of questions on that front. I had even more, but just a preview that I did secure with Ben that once they have results on the sting operations, they are going to be coming and presenting that to the illegal dumping task force. Again, that meets every third Thursday. So if you're interested in getting that information and not having to wait until next year's conference, you can email me and I'll get you on that list so that you can participate in that. Anyway, thank you so much. One more round of applause for Palmdale and for everything that they're doing. The next presentation that we have is from Santa Clara's Litter Abatement Program. And for that, I'd like to welcome to the illegal dumping stage, Jim Madden, to the illegal dumping monitors, Garrick Lasavensky. I really hope I got that right. And then Zen Zhang as well. So if we could give a warm round of applause to Santa Clara County. Welcome.
Again, a thank you to Nate Miley and Aaron for this wonderful conference. Before I launch into my presentation, just wanted to mention a couple things for CalRecycle. Throughout the conference, many of you spoke about grants. And if you have not looked at it, CalRecycle redid their grants page. And it is really nicely laid out where there's a application kit on how to apply for grants. And the grants are divided into areas of businesses for profit, nonprofits, and also cities and counties. Under the cities and counties, CalRecycle is offering 28 different grants. Some of our grants are undersubscribed, particularly in the tires area. So I would encourage you guys to go look at the website, look at those tire grants, and see if it's something that you or your city or county is able to take advantage of. What happens when grants are continuously or undersubscribed is the funding gets moved. So the opportunities decrease because the funding gets moved to different granting within that area, for example, tires. The other thing I wanted to mention is throughout the presentations, we've heard so much about the new legislations that's coming down, the new programs, and those are pipelined right into CalRecycle to get established, what we call standing up that program. We have right now 129 open jobs. If you or someone you know needs a job and wants to be part of these new programs, please go to CalHR and look at what's available and refer people to it because we need people to get these new programs set up and going. So with that, I'll start the presentation. Let's go to the next slide. Here we are. And the next slide. So I will be presenting on the funding mechanism and allocation, the grantees and scope of work, performance period, reporting requirements for the grantees, and information about local conservation corps. Next slide. So the funding came through SB 170, Budget Act of 2021, and it was 2021 made appropriations for the support of state government for that fiscal year of 21-22. The bill amended the Budget Act of 2021, amending and adding and repealing items of appropriation. All that to say, at that point, the state was wallowing in cash, and they had to get it spent. So the former Santa Clara County Board of Supervisor Dave Cortese, who's now senator, lobbied for the need to conduct the litter cleanup in Santa Clara County. This funding was kind of threw both of our agencies off, not only Cal Recycle, but Santa Clara County, which Garrick will talk about that part for them. But we didn't really know how to deal with that funding because it didn't come in through a normal channel. And so it took us a while to figure out, are we going to make this as a grant? Are we going to make it as a contract? Are we going to do a hybrid? And so it kind of slowed down the process on our end to get the funding set up within the realm of Cal Recycle. So what happened is eventually it was set up as a kind of a hybrid grant for Santa Clara County. It allocated $2 million to the County of Santa Clara Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency for the litter removal progress or program. Next slide, please. So the three agencies involved, at least for Cal Recycle, is of course Santa Clara County CEPA, and they subcontracted with the City of San Jose cleanup and abatement of litter and debris around homeless encampments. And that was the County Roads and Airports Department, which directed the City of San Jose and its contractors, because there was a biohazard removal contractor that was involved with that part. So they removed the solid waste, bio-waste, debris from active and abandoned homeless encampments areas near county-owned roadways. And then the San Jose Conservation Corps, which the county has worked with them in projects in the past, and also with, I think, Zenjan, was it Caltrans also? Yeah, and with Caltrans there. So, and so the Corps was responsible for cleaning up litter throughout the county at large, whereas San Jose was mostly in the City of San Jose boundaries. So I'll talk more about the Conservation Corps in a moment. Next slide, please. So the performance period was fiscal years 22-23 through 23-24. So we're just ending this right now. So it was October through 22 through April of 2024. It had kind of a late start. That's not the normal 2-year cycle. But again, we had to figure out what the heck to do with this money. How are we going to get it passed through? How are we going to set it up? So it started out with the challenge. Somebody gives you $2 million and you don't know what to do with it because it doesn't fit your system. So we had to work all that stuff out. So the reporting submitted was about monthly was on the total labor hours, total sites cleaned, the pounds of litter disposed, pounds of recyclable, number of tires collected, mattresses collected, e-waste collected, bulky items collected, and number of biohazard waste drums. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the Conservation Corps. They've been in existence for 39 years. We've got the new cycle coming out, starting with this new fiscal year. They were founded in part to do cleanup of beverage containers and litter. That's what they did for the first 29 years. There are 14 corps throughout the state, and which I'll show you where those located. But the beauty about the corps is that this is helping young people ages 18 to 26 achieve a high school diploma, because each corps must have a charter school, and it gives them a huge amount of job skills and leads them to employment opportunities. And the beauty about it is these young people are saying, I want to go that route. I don't want to go to prison. I want to learn these job skills, but I come from an area where I can't really have access to that, and I don't have my high school diploma. How do I get out of this mess? And the corps do that for them. So the corps, about 10 years ago, Cal Recycle started what we call diversified funding, and it moved beyond the bottles and cans and litter and includes now e-waste, abandoned tires or illegally disposed tires, and a small portion of your used oil collection center sign review. So all of your auto parts stores that have the "you can recycle your oil here," the corps need to go out and make sure those signs are still in place, or that business is still in business, because the stores receive a cash back on what oil they recycle. So they keep those records up to date. They also do a couple other things with used oil, like storm drain markings. And they also are able to work a program called dock walkers. So if they have marinas or rivers in their area, that's a separate state program, but our grant will allow them to go out and do that. And it's to give build kits to boat owners and how to properly recycle their motor oil from their boats. So eligible activities include collaborative partnerships, labor support, collection programs, education and outreach to the public, internships, and varied conservation programs and activities. Example is the Long Beach Conservation Corps has a contract with the city of Long Beach to replace a lot of the trees in their city's parks. There's river and riparian repair. So beyond just doing what this grant pays for, they have a lot of contracts with many cities and counties and how to do a lot of environmental programs. And you can imagine all the skills that these young people are learning and how they can now go forward with that. They help them with resumes, how to do interviews, and the lives that have been changed is astounding. It is so amazing, which is why I love my job so much, because I get to be part of this on a statewide basis to see people's lives being changed. So they also do MOUs with local government agencies for a variety of projects. So next slide, please. So these are the 14 cores. I'll go down the list. The one that's right here in Oakland, I used to work at that one, set up their e-waste program there. Their Long Beach Conservation North Bay recently relocated to Santa Rosa, and they cover those counties up along that part of the state, all the way up to the Oregon border if necessary, and to the west of I-5. There's the Fresno area Corps. Cesar Chavez Conservation Corps is located in Bakersfield and covers Kern County and that region. Greater Valley is located in Stockton. Los Angeles Conservation Corps, which is the largest corps, has 250 corps members, I think it is. Orange County, located in Anaheim, Sacramento, that covers from Sacramento Points and all the way north up to the Oregon border, east of I-5. San Francisco Conservation Corps covers San Francisco, San Mateo counties. San Jose Conservation Corps, which we'll talk about more. Sequoia Community Corps is located in Visalia, and the Urban Corps, Conservation Corps of Inland Empire is located in San Bernardino. So I point these all out, and next slide, please. You can reach out to, so what have they done? I'll get to that other part in a minute. So in fiscal year 22-23, this is what they've done in their collections. 2,074 tons of beverage containers, 116,781 illegally disposed tires. Most of those, I would say probably about 85%, were illegally disposed. The other 15 or so percent were from amnesty events. So it shows you what's going on, at least as the areas that they cover throughout the state, how many illegally disposed tires. 1,578 tons of e-waste. They assessed 1,647 certified collection center used oil signage reviews and conducted almost 1,300 education and outreach events to the general public. So these are all programs, if you're working for a city or county, that you are trying to achieve. And your local corps can come alongside you and leverage your funding to get these programs beefed up, particularly now that we have the new CRV programs. There's grants available to cities and counties to expand those programs. So the new CRVs, which is on wine and distilled liquor bottles, as well as on boxed wine containers. So that program is expanded. They have equipment, they've got their liability insurance, they've got everything they need to come out boots ready, on the ground, ready to go, which is what they did in Santa Clara. Next slide, please. So if you're interested in contacting one of the corps, this is the website, calvarycycle.ca.gov/funding/local CC, which stands for Conservation Corps. If you chop off the local Conservation Corps and just go to funding, that'll take you to the grants page, and you can look at the grants and see what's available for you there. Next slide, and I think Garrick, you're up.
All right, thank you, Jem. And hello, everybody. My name is Garrick Yoselewski. I work for the County of Santa Clara as a management analyst. I've been working in the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency, also known as SEPA, for the last 7 years in the Watershed Protection Division. Most of the work that I do, along with Zen, who's my colleague on stage with you today, we work on stormwater pollution prevention compliance for Santa Clara County. However, part of the work that we do is also managing contracts between the San Jose Conservation Corps and Caltrans to clean up freeways all throughout Santa Clara County. And the way that that works is Caltrans directs the work to San Jose Conservation Corps, tells them which freeways and on-ramps and off-ramps to go clean up. San Jose Conservation Corps goes and cleans it up, leaves the bags of trash on the side of the road, and then they get picked up later. Our role in that is mainly just kind of making sure that the contract is going smoothly, staying on time, on budget, and getting issues resolved. So because of our experience working on those contracts, Senator Dave Cortese felt that we would be a good department to take on this project of doing litter abatement removal throughout Santa Clara County. And so that's why he put the $2 million in there for our department to manage this program. At first, when we received notification in 2021, there was very little information given to us about how we were going to receive the money, when we were going to receive the money. We weren't sure, was this going to come in the form of a $2 million check to our department, or we weren't really even sure what they wanted us to do with it. So we kind of sat around and waited, and then eventually we received an email from CalRecycle stating that this was going to be given to us in the form of a 2-year grant. And then we were introduced to our grant manager, Jim, who just spoke. So while we were getting everything underway, we had a series of meetings with Senator Cortese's staff. We discussed their expectations about how they wanted us to spend the money. They really wanted us to focus on cleaning up blight from illegal dumping on roadways, highly littered areas, waste associated with the unsheltered populations, and freeway on-ramps and off-ramps. They also wanted us to install deterrent measures, such as fences, boulders, cameras, things like that, to deter people from dumping illegally. We were also then asked to create a work plan and a budget to show them what we plan to do with the money. So we started working on this work plan. This was a 2-year work plan that we put together, which included 2 contractors. The main contractor was SJCC, the San Jose Conservation Corps. And their role was to go to different areas all throughout Santa Clara County, wherever we would direct them to go, and clean up illegally dumped waste and highly littered areas. We had initially scoped them out to go out with 2 crews per day, 3 days per week. A crew was 5 Corps members and 1 supervisor. And then the other contractor that we had was the City of San Jose. So the City of San Jose had already been working on a pilot program with our County Roads and Airports Department, which is essentially our Public Works Department. So they were doing a pilot program of cleaning up encampments and areas around encampments that were in the City of San Jose, however, owned by the county, because the county owns expressways throughout Santa Clara County. So they were working on cleaning up those areas. Now, since we did have a 2-year program, this is kind of what we had initially scoped out, but then it was later shortened down to about 17 months because of some delays. And so we were actually able to then ramp up services where by the end of the program, we had the Corps going out, like 3 or 4 crews per day, 4 or 5 days per week. We also developed a budget for the work plan. Of that $2 million, most of it was going to the San Jose Conservation Corps because they had a broader reach. They can go all throughout the county wherever we needed them to go. And we also budgeted almost $400,000 for the City of San Jose to do their cleanups with the roads department. And that was essentially just funding that contract that they were putting together with them. We had also budgeted to have about a little over $66,000 for waste disposal for the San Jose Conservation Corps contract. So SJCC was bringing their waste that they would find in the field back to our office in San Jose, where we had a 40-yard roll-off dumpster staged for them. We actually really overestimated how much we would need to pay for waste disposal. And so we only used about a third of that, and the rest of it that was remaining, we were able to then shift back over to San Jose Conservation Corps to do additional cleanup work. We also budgeted a 4% administrative fee for the county to receive for managing this work. With our Caltrans contract, we do collect a 2% administrative fee. And because this one was going to be a lot more hands-on for us, we thought that raising it up to 4% was fair. So once we had completed writing our work plan and budget, it had to go through a whole slew of different reviews. This was probably the lengthiest part of the whole process leading up to the work. CalRecycle wanted to review our work plan and make sure they were okay with it, so they had some feedback for us. Our county leadership, such as managers, department directors, deputy county executives, they all wanted to look at it as well, and so they had feedback. They really wanted us to focus on equity and public health and safety and serving underserved communities with this funding. So once we were able to kind of get everybody's input on the work plan, then CalRecycle wanted us to apply for it as a grant. So that was a few extra steps that we had to go through. They had their own terms and conditions for us to accept. And because it was a grant that was a $2 million grant, the county policy stated that we actually had to take it to the county board of supervisors for a formal approval. So that was a whole process in of itself. And so once we finally got through the whole gauntlet, got everything approved by everybody, then CalRecycle had the final sign off on it. And then they gave us our notice to proceed on October 2022. So that's when the fun began. We got to actually start doing the work. So we started working in November 2022, and it just ended last month in April. So in order for us to do this work, we had to know where to send the Conservation Corps. We didn't really, we're stormwater compliance people. We're not really illegal dumping experts. And so we didn't really know what areas throughout the county needed to be cleaned up. So what we did was we reached out to all 15 cities in Santa Clara County, and we asked them to provide us information about illegal dumping hotspots, highly littered areas, places that they wanted us to go and clean up with this funding. So we initially had compiled a list of about 75 locations with all of those cities' input. And along with those locations, we also asked them for some additional information about those sites, such as how much of a risk to public safety and environmental health is that site? How often does the city clean that site up? Are there city resources available to clean that location? And are there any vectors such as rodents, flies, cockroaches, things like that? So we used all of that data that was provided to us, and we created numerical scores for each site. And with those numerical scores, we were able to rank the sites. So we actually had a list of priorities. So we knew which sites were more important to go to first. As the program went on for about the first 6 months, we continued to receive locations from the cities, and we grew our list to 155 sites. So once the work got underway, the way that we handled this was every month we would assign SJCC a list of locations to go clean up. So the first month, we didn't really know how quickly they were going to go through all the sites, how long it was going to take them to go through our list. So we just started them off with 50. We gave them a list of 50 locations to go to. They went and they cleaned them up, and then the plan was to, once they were done with that list, then assign them the next 50 and so on and so forth. As this kind of went on, we started realizing that we were kind of going to the same sites a lot over and over again, and the Corps was actually starting to see that a lot of the sites they were going to were already clean on arrival, some were inaccessible or unsafe. So we were kind of spinning our wheels and not really being as productive as we wanted to be. And on top of that, we also weren't really getting as many sites from the cities as we would like to have gotten. Another thing is that we had to do monthly data entry to update the rankings. So every time that a site got cleaned up, we would update the most recent date that it was cleaned, and that score would actually impact the total overall score of that site. So it would sort of impact the rankings a little bit. So because we were kind of trying to figure out how can we get new locations to go to, we ended up launching a website called cleanupscc.org. This was an online form where the public could go on there and they could report a location to us in their neighborhood or somewhere that they saw that needed to be cleaned up. And I think that it was really great success because the county had put out a press release about this website, and they even put together a media event with local news stations that came out. Supervisor Cindy Chavez came out. Senator Dave Cortese came out. The San Jose Conservation Corps was there on scene. They were doing a massive cleanup in the background. And I think it was a really good, successful opportunity because after that news aired, we actually started getting locations reported to us every single day for about 2 weeks. And it kind of slowly started to trickle down. And until the end of the program, we continued to receive new locations reported to us. By the end of the program, we grew our list from 155 to 265 locations. And then here's the local news segment that aired that I was a part of. Hopefully this works for you guys.
People fed up with illegal dumping in Santa Clara County now have a new resource they can turn to. KRON4's Charles Clifford is live in San Jose to tell us more about it. Hey, Charles.
Yeah. Hey there. Well, across Santa Clara County, there are a lot of off-ramps like the one behind me here in different places and fields where a lot of trash is accumulated. Now the county has started a new effort to try to get the public's help in identifying these areas. Santa Clara County has launched a new web portal where the public can report trash trouble spots like this off-ramp along Monterey Highway. The county has a $2 million budget to dispatch teams like the San Jose Conservation Corps to pick up the garbage. State Senator Dave Cortese helped secure the funding. He says that even though picking up trash may not seem like a top priority, it's something that means a lot to residents and businesses.
This community is a place that needs to be cleaned up so that people continue to want to live here, so that young people don't take on the psychology that this is just the way it is.
The goal is to pick up trash anywhere in the county, whether it be city, county, or even state-owned land.
We're doing this work all over the county. Doesn't matter if it's unincorporated or within a city limits. And we've been coordinating with all of the municipalities to make sure that we are addressing areas that they are concerned about, that they find as priorities for us to clean up. So we work very closely with them.
The cleanup effort currently has funding secured through 2024. All right, back live now. If you want to visit the website and report some trash, you can go to cleanupscc.org. But for now, in the South Bay, Charles Clifford, KRON4 News.
So that was kind of a cool opportunity for me. It was my first time being interviewed by a news station. I actually got some people calling me saying, hey, we saw you on the news. So aside from that, it was also really successful, like I mentioned, with us getting a lot of new locations coming in. However, with so many new locations coming in and us having to rank all these new locations and re-rank new locations as they were getting cleaned up, it really became a really resource intensive task for our team to kind of keep up with this and to keep up with our original methodology of how we produce those monthly lists for San Jose Conservation Corps based on rankings, based on those different factors that I mentioned. So, and again, because we were sending SJCC repeatedly to locations that were clean on arrival already, we were just kind of scratching our heads and thinking, how can we make this better? So what we decided was we were going to move away from that original rankings-based model that we started with, and we were going to use actual data that we're taking from the field of how much waste is being collected, and we were going to use that information to determine where to send the San Jose Conservation Corps every month. So what we did was we went to a high, medium, and low priority system where any site that was bringing in more than 10 bags of trash every visit, they were ranked as a high priority site. Then between 5 to 10 bags was a medium priority, and 0 to 4 bags was a low priority site. So what we did was every month we would concentrate on assigning primarily high priority sites, and we would sprinkle in some medium and low priority sites as well. This was, I think, pretty good a pretty good system to move to. It saved us a lot of time with creating those monthly lists. It helped the San Jose Conservation Corps to know sort of where are they going to go this month. And also we were starting to see that a lot more waste was being collected, and we were starting to skip sites a lot less frequently. So this was also a very collaborative effort with all the different cities and agencies in Santa Clara County. In the beginning, we held monthly meetings with all the cities to update them on our progress, give them the statistics, ask for new locations about where we can go clean up, where we can install deterrent measures, asking for any problems that they're seeing in the field with what our crews are doing. But after a few months, the meetings were becoming shorter and shorter and less involved for the other cities. And so we dropped it down to a quarterly basis. And then after some time, we decided, we can just save everybody the time and make this an email. So we just started emailing out a quarterly update of, hey, here's how much we've collected. Please send us any new locations that you want us to go clean up. And this was also a very collaborative effort with San Jose Conservation Corps. I think that this was one of the biggest things that I would recommend, is working very closely with your contractor and keeping that open line of communication. Initially, we started meeting with them every 2 weeks to check in, to see how things were going. We learned a lot in those first few months about what kind of issues we were seeing in the field, what kind of issues we could work on to improve the efficiency and just improve the quality of our work. And eventually we dropped down to meeting once every month until the end of the program. We definitely saw some improvements in the program based on having this open communication and open dialogue. We saw overall performance and efficiency improvements, improvements with our record keeping and data management processes, and also we were able to address issues a little bit more quickly. So I'll just show some before and after photos. So this was a residential area in the city of San Jose. This was reported to us by a resident on our website. He actually reported the site to us a few times because people in the neighborhood were just, I guess, using this as a dumping area. This was a remote hillside area by a county-owned park. And so somebody had dumped a bunch of tires down the hillside. So, the Corps was able to go and recover all those tires and send them to a processor. This was a location reported to us by the city of Mountain View. This was near one of their popular trails in one of their parks. And this was actually an encampment that was also a dumping area for a lot of people. The city of Mountain View went through the proper processes to get that encampment vacated. And once it was all vacated, the San Jose Conservation Corps went in and collected everything that was remaining. This was a pretty big cleanup. It actually took about 2 days. And then this site was an active encampment that was reported to us by Valley Water. And this was along Coyote Creek. This site we probably went to once a month and collected a lot of trash from every single month that we went out there. And I just want to say a big thank you to San Jose Conservation Corps. I know Jim did a really good plug for conservation corps all over the state, but seriously, if you're considering doing an illegal dumping cleanup program like this, go to your local conservation corps. They're very great to work with. It's a win-win situation. It helps them out, it helps you out, and they do really good work, and they're great to work with. And then the last thing that I'll mention is the one and only deterrent measure that we ended up installing throughout this whole process. In the city of Cupertino, up in the hills, there's this road, has a little pool out there, and people were just pulling off to the side of the road and dumping waste down the hillside. Our Corps members went down there and they cleaned this up several times. Eventually, we brought this up to the city of Cupertino, said, hey, do you want to install a deterrent measure here? And they worked with a local quarry to get some boulders from their quarry, and the quarry came out and they installed the boulders at the turnout there, and hopefully that's prevented people from dumping there. This was just installed a couple months ago, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. Okay, and without further ado, I'll pass it over to Zenzen.
Okay, so I see that we have less than 5 minutes left, so I will try to go over the slides. Yeah, so I'll be talking about the contract between City of San Jose and the County Roads and Airports Department. and how they implement their encampment litter cleanup along county expressways. Next slide. So this is a program that existed before, long before SB 170 funding. So under this contract, City of San Jose conducts cleanup and roads and airports department assigns locations. We around October 2023, we started reimbursing this effort through the SB 170 fund. This partnership, we chose to fund this partnership because we wanted to address the growing needs for litter abatement and sanitation around homeless encampments in the county, which has become a environmental and public health issue. Another major reason is also because San Jose Conservation Corps does not perform homeless encampment litter abatement work. So therefore, we also needed to add this focus and support this contract to fulfill a need in which San Jose Conservation Corps could not provide. The area this contract focused on were mainly county properties, right-of-ways, and expressways managed by the county within City of San Jose limit. So Santa Clara County is quite unique, where we have a network of expressways that were built during the golden era of California history. And these expressways, even though they are within city limits, they are owned and managed by County Roads and Airports Department, which is similar to the Public Works Departments at cities. Some of the expressways covered by the contract were Almaden Expressways and Capitol Expressway. Next slide. And here's an overview of the management of the contract by county roads and the workflow. So the Roads and Airport Department assigns cleanup road locations to the City of San Jose. The city then sends their crews to designated homeless encampment locations and remove waste. For bio-waste, the city works with their contractors to have bio-waste removed and disposed of. The city then sends monthly invoices to Roads. Roads pays the invoice. And we reimburse Roads through the SB 170 fund. So SB 170 funding of the contract actually ended by October 2023, but the work is still ongoing, but it's just being funded completely by Roads through the county budget and other funding sources. Next slide. So here are a few before and after photos that the City of San Jose crews share with us. This one is Capitol Expressway. Next one. And this is along Monterey. Next one. Okay. So the SB 170 funding of the contract only lasted from November 2022 to October 2023. And we actually funded about 8 months of work. There was a period when no work was being done. So in total, we funded 1,262 hours of work and 112 cleanups. The crews removed 196 tons of waste and many large items. Next slide. So that was an overview of the contract between City of San Jose and Roads and Airport Department at the county that SB 170 funded. Right now, I will be going over the results from the two main programs that SB 170 funded. Next. So here's a side-by-side overview of the two cleanup programs that we funded. On the left, we have San Jose Conservation Corps. They made 1,144 site visits and completed 773 cleanups. City of San Jose, on the other hand, completed 112 cleanups. They did not skip any sites because there were fewer sites targeted by the counties. And on average, San Jose Conservation Corps had a 31% skip rate. So skip rate is when we assign a location and they arrive at the location is already clean, so they skip the location and move on to the next one. So in total, San Jose Conservation Corps completed 29, close to 30,000 hours of labor, and City of San Jose completed 1,200 hours of labor under SB 170 funding. Next slide. And here's a side-by-side summary of the amount of waste collected. San Jose Conservation Corps collected 110 tons of solid waste and 8,000 bags of trash and many large items. City of San Jose collected close to 200 tons of solid waste, and 230 appliances and bulky items and other large items. Next slide. So you probably noticed there's a big difference between the amount of waste they collected between the two programs. So that has to do with the focuses of the two programs. So the contract between City of San Jose and Roads is an established program, and they focus on known sites with significant recurring litter issues. So every month they will be going to the same about 10 to 20 locations, often sometimes the same location several times in the month. These are the locations that are already pre-identified as like known location with recurring litter issues. Whereas the new program that we established with San Jose Conservation Corps targets a larger number of locations across 15 cities and unincorporated area. Santa Clara County is quite a big county, and we don't just have Silicon Valley, we also have a lot of rural areas and a lot of hard to reach places. And San Jose Conservation Corps targets a way bigger geography. Another reason for the skip rate is also because cities we receive locations from the 15 cities before our monthly assignment. However, some sites were often cleaned up by either volunteers or cities or local residents before the crews could get to the site. Next slide. And here's an overview of the total dollars spent. We made about 3 budget adjustments throughout the grant, mainly reallocating the disposal costs. So we spent about 3/4 of the SB 170 grant on the San Jose Conservation Corps cleanup program. About 20% was spent on the City of San Jose and Roads Department contract. We pay for the City of Cupertino deterrent measures for about $4,000, and we bill a 4% administration fee, which came out to be $76,000. Next slide. Okay. So we'll be going over some of the lessons we learned and some consideration for future programs. And next slide. So the biggest issues lesson we learned is on illegal dumping. When we went through the monthly data report, we noticed that majority of recurring illegal dumping sites tend to be in areas with lower income, especially neighborhoods in East San Jose, Gilroy, and Milpitas. Some sites show improvement over several cleanups. When we send the crew back out to the same sites, they will come back and these sites will be skipped because these sites were clean. But some sites show the same or even worse recurring illegal issues. We have about less than 10 sites that we had to reassign to the crews every month. And we also want to address the 3 E's. We understand that recurring illegal dumping could not be addressed through eradication without enforcement and education at the same time. Our program only mainly focused on the eradication part. Next slide. I also did a quick data summary on the skip rate from early to late in the San Jose Conservation Corps cleanup program. So we have on average about 31% skip rate. And as you can see, around April to May, the skip rate started to decrease. That was when we chose a new site selection methodology, as well as opening up the website for the public to report locations to us. We saw an immediate drop of site skip rate when we implemented these 2 new measures. So however, as time went on and we received fewer locations from the cities and the public, the site skip rate went up. And also some locations were showing improvements. So when the crew went back to the same locations, they often saw the location just completely clean, which was good news. Next slide. We also talked with the San Jose Conservation Corps field crews to learn about their experiences. So here are the 5 lessons we learned. The first is to provide GPS coordinates to make it easier for them to locate locations. at first we provided them with cross streets, but that was not always the best way to identify the exact spot we wanted them to clean. Providing GPS coordinates definitely helped speed up the work process and made it more efficient. The second suggestion we received was providing multiple locations for crews to deposit waste. The third suggestion we received was to provide informational material to residents, because sometimes when they went out to do the work, sometimes they encounter residents who were curious about what they were doing. And they mentioned that it would have made the work easier if we had prepared a brochure explaining what the program is about and also providing resources, so they can just hand out to the residents. And this will also help with public outreach and education effort. The fourth one was to maintain clear communication between cities and crews. So we were working with 15 cities at the same time. Communication was a challenge, and sometimes we would also receive locations provided by the city that are in either hard to reach areas or behind locked gates, where the crews had to contact a city staff to give them access. But then that doesn't always work out the best way, and it definitely cause some delay in their work. Lastly, having a large vehicle or flatbed to remove large items. Next slide. So this whole grant was definitely a huge learning process for us. Collaboration with cities and the public yields better results, and we learned that each city definitely had totally different issues and different severity of illegal dumping and littering patterns. Maintaining a line of communication with city staff and the public also will make our work a lot more efficient, and focusing on underserved areas with higher frequency of dumping. Next slide. Lastly, public participation. When we launched the website, we didn't anticipate that more than 1/3 of our cleanup locations we eventually came to us from the public. The residents were really happy to see our services in their neighborhood. So the picture you see on the right, it was reported to us by a resident about a large item that was dumped on the roadways. We sent it to SJCC crews, and they went out, cleaned the locations. The residents were really happy and very appreciative. Some residents, this worked out so well that some residents even submit multiple locations of illegal dumping and actively utilize our sites and became our eyes on the street. Next slide. So we would like to thank CalRecycle and Senator Cortese for making this grant possible, and City of San Jose and San Jose Conservation Corps for this great partnership and the work they did. Thank you. I hope I didn't went over time too much.
Do you have any questions?
Walk on those fans. Senator Casey, we want with a friend. Sit down.
Right. Yes.
I'm just curious, I've been hearing a lot about 311 in different cities. Is that something you guys are considering moving to?
311? We do have a 311 in Santa Clara County. I'm just not that familiar with it because my program's not working on it, but I just remember during COVID, we were giving out 311 to residents calling for services. So.
Additional questions? Yes.
When you get a report, are there sites that are sometimes too large for a cleanup? I know that's not a positive thing to ask, but did you guys encounter that, or could you tackle all the incidents that came in?
Yeah, so sometimes we will receive sites that cities report to us because different cities have different perception of how big a site would be. So one of the sites we had was, I remember Monterey. So the Monterey Road or Monterey Highway is a very long stretch of road, and we try to break it into multiple segments so the crews can go out to clean different parts instead of the whole stretch at once, because sometimes it's not possible. And it also helps us to identify the exact hotspot along the ways, because there's some illegal dumping. There are some spots along some of the expressways that have higher illegal dumping frequency than the other parts.
So everything that was submitted, you guys were able to tackle?
To my knowledge, everything that was sent our way and that we forwarded over to San Jose Conservation Corps, they were able to go and tackle. In terms of the volume of waste, I would say. However, like Zenzen mentioned, there were some reports to us that were a really long stretch of road. For example, a resident submitted, they said, go clean up along McKean Road. And if you know anything about McKean Road in Santa Clara County, it's like 20 miles long or something. And I said, well, we can't just go and clean the whole road, so you have to tell us exactly where things are dumped. So there were some challenges with that, but in terms of the volume of waste, the Corps was able to handle everything that we were throwing at them.
Yes, I'll be on our last one.
Just I want to add to that. The city was responsible for most of the homeless encampment cleanups, which took more hours and produced more weight per site, which is why you see the variance between the Corps and the city of San Jose activity. So so those were larger ones that would took longer, and I think in a couple cases there was like one that took a couple days to clean up. So
One of my comments was, I know with the Corps, for larger cleanups, they could be good at estimating like the project cost of cleanup. So that's kind of where it was going with that. Another way to use the Corps.
Yeah.
Quick plug. Okay.
All the Corps have done this to some form or the other over the many years, and so they're really good at estimating when you have sites what it may cost and how much and how long it may take.
I know there was certain sites that were identified as repeat offender sites, I guess, for lack of a better term. Is there any kind of preventative measures that were put in place, like say fencing or security cameras? And what do you guys do work best?
So the only deterrent measure we funded was the city of Cupertino, was for city of Cupertino per their request. We placed boulders along the way, which Garrick showed in the previous slides. We didn't fund as much preventive measure, and as I mentioned before, we only addressed one of the 3 E's, which is eradication.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too, is that we wanted to install more deterrent measures. We continued to reach out to the cities asking for locations where they would like to have us install those. However, we didn't really get too many sites reported to us, so that's why we only ended up with doing one of those.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you all.
So we're coming to the end of IDCon24. We're not there yet, so don't go rushing out the doors. But we do have at this time some time for a very brief break. I'm going to say 5 minutes. So really, I want people to get up, stretch your legs, walk around, get a sip of water, and then come back 5 minutes, and we'll get going on our next segment. Thank you. 2-minute warning. Wrap up the sip. All right, this is our 30-second warning. So if you could start finding your seats again. We'll get going in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we are rapidly approaching the end of IDCon24, and I'm just reflecting on all of the amazing presentations and discussions that we've had so far from all of our sectors, from all partners, from all different levels of intervention. Really been impressed with everything so far, and I hope that you have been too. And with that in mind, I'm really excited to welcome our next presenter from the private sector to really talk about some of the innovations that are happening and how we can start to use those to address the issues of illegal dumping. So I'm very excited to welcome Emin Israf. No, not even close. Close enough. Okay, I apologize. But he's the founder and CEO of Rubbish, which is a San Francisco-based tech company transforming waste management using data, AI, and user experience. The company's unique approach to fostering clean and sustainable neighborhoods has been gained recognition from organizations like NASA, Google, Apple, and more. So welcome.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. You made it to the last presentation. Woo! This is my second IDCon. I was just talking with Christy on the way out last night that this is one of our favorite conferences. Last year was great, and this year, Erin and Supervisor Miley were able to make it even better. So the stakes next time are even higher. We're going to have high expectations to keep it up. So thank you again for having us. So my name is Eamon Israfil. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rubbish. And our goal is to create clean, healthy, and sustainable communities. And today I'm going to talk to you about how we could use AI to clean up our neighborhoods and get better at recycling. So click next. Anyway, you could do it on your end, advance. Okay, great. So I'll start off with a little bit of an intro about us, Rubbish, what we do in our journey. I'll break it up into 3 parts with some Q&A and demos in the middle to make it a little more interactive. The first part that I'm going to talk about is AI for environmental data and illegal dumping. Next, how AI could be used in recycling, and the newest stuff that I wrote specifically for this conference, how AI could be used for code enforcement. So next slide, please. All right, but first a little bit more about us. So my name is Emin Israfil, or Emin Israfil, depending how good your Turkish is. I grew up in Brooklyn and the Bronx, but I've been out here in the Bay Area for the past 10 years. The first place I moved was Berkeley, and then Oakland, and I've been in San Francisco for the past like 6 or 7 years. And we've been cleaning up trash since 2017 as Rubbish. It all started, the company started when my partner and I took a flight back to where we grew up in Brooklyn. And we were walking our dog in the neighborhood where we grew up. And when we weren't looking, the dog right there in the corner, Larson the Corgi, who's about 1 year old, found the biggest, grossest chicken bone that you could possibly find and immediately started chowing down on it. And then immediately after, he was like so happy that he started choking on it. He ended up being okay. He was like, oh my God, where can I find more chicken? But we were a little bit shook by the whole experience. And similar to the conversations that I heard last night, we were saying, hey, we grew up in this neighborhood. We remember it being cleaner. And when we want to find data, want to find solutions, we didn't find many answers. We wanted to find what parks we could go to, what areas, is this neighborhood getting better or worse, or are we just imagining it? And we couldn't find many solutions, so we decided to found Rubbish with the goal of using data and software to clean up neighborhoods. So next slide, please. So along the way, we had the great experience. Like any startup, there was lots of ups and downs, and we were a hardware company at some point and did a whole bunch of stuff. But we got to work with some amazing communities, including Redwood City, San Francisco, and Sacramento, like I'll talk about more. And we even got to present at the NASA Ames Center here in Mountain View, or not far in Mountain View twice, about our work with data and data collection. Next slide, please. So just a high level what we do as a company, so like I mentioned, software for environmental data, EPR, community management, and illegal dumping reporting. So next slide. So as a bit of a primer before I do a deep dive into AI, I just want to get a little bit of a gauge of the audience. Can you put your hand up and keep your hand up if you've heard the word AI before? Awesome. Keep it up if you've heard of companies like ChatGPT, OpenAI, and so on. Oh, wow, okay. Keep your hand up if you've heard of generative AI and vaguely maybe know what that is. Okay, it's a Bay Area crowd. Most people know what that is. At a very high level, something happened in 2023. These companies, like you heard of, ChatGPT, became very popular with new forms of AI. And all I want you to keep in mind is, I'm sure you've heard AI here at many places, but something happened in 2023 that makes all the other AI somewhat different. The new version, generative AI, that just expands a lot what we could do, is what I'll be talking about. And it allows us to kind of ingest data in novel ways and then spit it back out in new ways as well. And I'll talk more about that. Next slide. So for the first part, I will talk about AI for illegal dumping and environmental data. Next slide. So why do we want to track data? I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but I'll just go over it really quickly. First is to identify problematic hotspots, allocate resources equitably. Like I mentioned, I grew up in Brooklyn. I went to high school in the Bronx. I was always frustrated that Throgs Neck and East Tremont in the Bronx weren't as clean as Madison Avenue in Manhattan. And the only way to fix that is with data. Next, to measure year-over-year progress. How do we know that our strategies are working and our money is being spent effectively if we're not measuring and testing the results? And I'll also speak to how this data has been used to apply for government grants, as well as to comply with regulation. Next slide. So here, when I mean environmental data, here's some of what I mean. So overflowing trash can, food waste, garbage piles, graffiti, and even things like brands and micro level or very small illegal dumping and litter like tobacco. Next slide. So the first example I want to talk to you about is the Soma West Community Benefit District here in San Francisco. Next slide. In 2019, before they started services, we got together with the community and the Soma West CBD to do a survey of all 120 block faces that the CBD will be servicing. Together, we found 28,000 issues that they would like to see included. That includes individual pieces of litter, graffiti, illegal dumping, hazardous waste, and all that stuff. Next slide. With that data, the CBD was able to get additional grants for trash cans. They were able to show the need target hotspots. And with that data, they were also able to communicate to the community, hey, we have to do better. This is our report card. And as you can see, we helped them log an 85% reduction in human and pet waste, which is a very San Francisco problem. Next slide. In addition to that, we also helped them record a 58% reduction in needles. So it's not all just the data that did that. It was the people on the streets doing the cleaning and doing the intervention programs. But the data helped target those, the areas that needed it the most. And like I said before, communicate transparently with the neighborhood that progress is being made and created a baseline for improvement. Next slide. The next example I'll go over quickly is in the River District. Next slide. So in the River District, we covered 25 linear miles and did the same exact thing. We tracked every single piece of litter, every broken piece of equipment, every trash can. And in 3 days, in June, in 90-degree weather and a lot of sunscreen, we logged over 16,000 issues. So we just used our camera phone with the rubbish app and logged each issue, and each one of those dots we have geotagged with a photo and are color coded. Next slide, please. So here's a map of all the all the garbage piles when it wasn't feasible to count the individual pieces of litter. So if you do a little bit of math, that meant in every mile, there's 2 piles or 10 piles of garbage that per mile in the River District in the region that we covered. Next slide, please. And if you were skeptical if we logged every single cigarette, here's where all 5,000 or 4,818 cigarettes are in the River District. Next slide, please. So instead of doing a linear study, this time, because the River District felt like it was facing bigger challenges than the rest of downtown, we decided to compare it to other areas because the local government, the local city hall they thought, more or less, most of the areas are basically the same with small variations. So we put that assumption to the test. Next slide, please. So as you can see on those 17 metrics, we compared mile to mile comparison. And what we found is, next slide, the River District had a 8 times higher incidence of garbage piles compared to downtown. Next slide, please. So with that data, they were able to get the additional sanitation services and prove that the need was there in that community. So all that is to say, this data is important and it's very useful, but it's pretty laborious to go out there and take 18,000 photos, even if you have an app that makes it easy. So in December of 2023, we partnered with Keep America Beautiful, Cal Recycle, and Cascadia to do an AI trial to have AI help us gather this environmental data. Next slide. So as you can see, we hit the beaches, we hit the streets, we hit the parks, and in the app, you can see it logs how much time we spent, the distance we covered, and each one of those red dots represents a piece of litter or something that was logged of interest. And next slide. With AI, we spent less time cataloging. We just took the photo and we told the AI, hey, match it against one of these 20 items, and it did the matching on its own. So pretty impressively, it got plastic right there. It matched shoes to textiles, and I don't know if you can see this, but right over here is a bunch of leaves, and it was able to pick that up as well. Next slide, please. Equally impressive, even when we hit the beach and forested areas where this trash was around for, maybe months or years, it was still able to detect what it is. So there's styrofoam. It detected that this basically camouflaged piece of cloth was a textile, and this kind of hidden, broken shard of glass is a beer bottle or whatever it was glass. So really impressive. Next slide, please. Out of the gate, our accuracy rates were 75%. The way to read that slide is the more green, the better, basically. Next slide. So what did AI allow us to do? What did it unlock? Well, it made it significantly faster to collect the data and characterize the waste. It automated these repetitive tasks. It made, and this new generation of AI is making this technology way more accessible to everybody. You don't need to have a multi-million-dollar budget to be able to use this kind of data like you would at a transfer station or something like that. And another important thing is actually there's less bias in the data collection. So it's not that there's no bias, it's just that the bias is more explicit, consistent, and controllable. And also, like we're doing here, we're doing live translations for the audience watching. AI could do that with audio feedback as well through the app, which is pretty cool. Next slide, please. All right. Let me pause for a second before I go to the next use case. Does anyone have any questions about how we use AI in environmental data collection, waste characterization, or any of those? Yes. Yeah, so we do have systems like that in place. So, and I'm actually going to talk more about that, how with compliant, with AI could help route issues to the appropriate location. One more question, just to break things up. Yep.
This is just running on cell phones. So are you walking around? Like, what's the physical?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Yeah, so it's through it's through our app that runs on a cell phone. So the photos come from your cell phone camera. Exactly. Like as they see something, just snap a photo along the way. So that was photos and not video, correct? Yeah. All right. I'll move on to the next section, which is how can AI help with recycling? Well, and our goal here is to get up-to-date recycling information wherever you go. Next slide, please. So there's probably not anybody in this room, but you might know that people generally kind of suck at recycling, but it's not their fault. These infographics are great. They're super helpful, but there's some challenges with them. The item you might be looking for might not be on that list. The laws might change, in which case this is out of date. And there might be English or translation barriers. And let's just say you live in Berkeley and then you go visit your family in San Francisco. You might as well throw the whole thing out. It's a whole different set of rules. So next slide, please. So we decided to see if we could use AI to simplify disposal instructions, make recycling fun, and tailor those instructions by region. This is to help educate consumers, but also it could be used for compliance with local laws by businesses and governments. So tracking things like SB 54, as well as Senate Bill 1383 to see if the compost is contaminated, as well as doing EPR data tracking. So next slide, please. So how does it work? Well, basically you take your phone, you snap a photo, and it'll tell you where to put that individual item. It'll even tell you how to disassemble something that needs to be disassembled. So in this example, you have a rotisserie chicken from Safeway. It'll tell you the chicken goes in compost, the paper goes in recycling, and the plastic container goes in recycling, but it has to be clean first. And that's according to Recology in San Francisco. So lots of asterisks around that last one, because I presented this at Zero Waste a couple weeks ago conference, and I got chewed out that, hey, these containers are not actually recyclable, and that's absolutely true. But if I go on Recology and I say, what do I do with these containers? They tell me to put it in the recycling. So this just shows that AI is not perfect. It's evolving. Feedback is important. It's pretty good, but with feedback, it can get better and better and more useful. So I decided to leave that up. And now, mistake made, and I know better now. Also, since we could identify an object, let's say it doesn't go in compost, trash, or recycling, where does it go? So it could identify the object, the AI can identify it, and guide people towards appropriate disposal facility or organization like the Mattress Council and paints.org. So let me switch to a demo. Next slide. All right, let me see if I can share my screen. Do you mind giving me permission to share a screen? Great. Oops. All right, let's switch over. So our app has a couple of modes, but first I'll go with how to recycle. So I could take any object and scan it. It doesn't need a specific QR code. It doesn't need a form, broken, half empty, half used, whatever. Let me see that. Yeah, it's a little laggy, but okay. I scan it, and then the AI does its thing. It's going a little slow, but give it some time, and it'll tell you how to dispose of it properly. So there you go. And you should get
Hazardous waste. The image shows a can of Benjamin Moore interior paint, which is considered hazardous waste due to the presence of chemicals that can be harmful to the environment and human health if not disposed of properly. Recology, East Bay, 523rd Street, Satan, 208 Oakland, CA 9A4607, https://www.paint.org/
But basically, we could embed the local disposal information and link to the great facilities and organizations like paint.org or the Mattress Council and link to more information. So I knew that would work because I brought that paint can and I tested it 100 times. But does anyone else want to give any object? So this work that they have on themselves in this room, point to something. Yeah, let's do that cup. So I don't know what it's going to do half the time because most of the stuff is new.
Recycling. The item in the image is a metal tumbler, which is typically made of recyclable materials like aluminum or stainless steel and can be processed and reused. Prior to recycling, ensure it is empty and clean to avoid contamination in the recycling stream.
All right, so it will do as well as if you showed someone a photo of that object and they won't have the tactile information. They can't feel how heavy it was like I did, but still pretty great and only getting better. So let me switch back to presentation mode. All right, next slide. Oh, did I already do that? Next slide. That was the demo. All right, and this is the last section. AI for code enforcement, which touches upon what you're asking. And this is what I wrote. Basically, I finished writing 2 hours ago while I was listening to one of the other presentations. So I wrote this specifically because I remember a lot of code enforcement people were here last year. So I want to make it relevant to them. And if the first section described environmental data, that technology is great. It's already working. The second recycling bit, that works quite good, getting better. And this is what I imagine coming next. A lot of the pieces are already there. It's just about implementing it. So it'll allow us to take a photo and basically use the photos to pre-fill forms. So you could automate a lot of the boring tasks of having to fill out, it's a 1993 Ford SUV, those kind of things. Similarly, not everybody who submits issues to 311 or code compliance teams know exactly how to categorize this stuff. So it could assist there. So next. So there you go. Like abandoned car, you could take a photo, and I'm happy to give a demo of this later as well. But I don't want to go through all the, I'll wait till the end to demo that. So you could just take a photo and the app could describe, hey, here's a Ford, or maybe that's a Chevy. This is the color, this is a GPS location, and it will take care of a lot of those details. Next. So another interesting part is that it's getting better and better at counting and estimating weights. So maybe if someone, when you get an illegal dumping report through 311, someone might say, what called this illegal dumping, like 1 which it is. But that's a whole different department than if it's a tire or 100 tires, and people don't necessarily know how to classify that. But AI can, and it could do that quite easily at this point, or it's quite good at it. So it could do a lot of that pre-processing for your 311 and compliance department. So saying, hey, this actually should go to the local CBD, and this should go, straight to the prosecutor's office we have, or straight to the sanitation department. Next. Okay, let me give one more demo, since it looks like we have time. Good. Oh, okay, so let me share my screen. Okie dokie. All right, so in this case, I will switch to code compliance mode, log some issues. So let me see if I could. Does anyone want to name a brand of a car? Any car? Huh? Ferrari. Okay. Let's see if we could find an illegally dumped Ferrari. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Gotta cater to the compliance. Oh, code enforcement, not compliance, sorry. All right, let's see. Hopefully this works. It's a picture of a picture. I haven't tested it like this, but let's see. So, first ever test. Let's see if it works.
Abandoned vehicle. A silver SUV appears to be left in disuse in an undeveloped area.
Okay, so it could categorize what the issue is. It gets the GPS location and whatever other details that it could tell from a photo, it could pre-fill that data as well. And a cool thing, just to show that it doesn't always show stuff, like it doesn't tell when there's no compliance issue. So let me just take a photo of this chair. Doesn't seem like any compliance issues there. And
no compliance issues found.
There we go. So yeah, it's not always just saying something. All right, we can switch back to the presentation. All right, so that kind of shows the technology that's kind of there and good to stuff that's emerging, stuff that's possible in the immediate future. And then let's talk briefly about what's next. This AI technology, it's like, yeah, I don't want to, I'm a programmer from Silicon Valley, and I don't want to overhype it, but it feels like the second coming of the internet. I wasn't gonna say Jesus. And people are gonna use this, and it's up to us to decide how we want to use this technology. Do we want to do it for good? Do we want it to do it to clean up the our neighborhoods? Do we want it to use it to get people to recycle better? Or not, right? And that's part of collaboration. It's up to us how we want to use these tools and to what ends. Because the people perhaps with maybe worse intentions who want to keep producing these kind of bad, unrecyclable stuff, they're going to have the same tools, right? So the advantage goes to those people who know how to use it and can use it effectively to fight the good fight. So let's go on to the next slide. So in the near future, it's going to get a lot better, a lot quicker. So better, quicker, faster. It's going to get better at counting and estimating large numbers and weights. It's going to be able to pre-fill these forms based on photos, and the processing times, I'm not sure, that felt pretty long on stage. It was probably like 5 seconds, but we'll be under 2 seconds in the immediate future, the next like 6 to 12 months. And you know, if I'm lucky enough to present here again in 2025, I'm very confident that I'll be presenting video, not just photos. We're already experimenting with that, and it's good results. And all the stuff that I showed you, I'll probably just have a camera somewhere sitting up, and it would just give me a log of all the compliance issues and illegal dumping that I did on stage here. So next slide. All right, complete left turn. I forgot about this slide. I sit on a lot of the ID TAC meetings with Stephanie and Larry, and I hear that a common issue is that these cities, especially smaller ones, need a way to report illegal dumping. So we're happy to provide that free of use for everybody here, or if you know anybody. It's an easy to use web app. Anyone could use it. No special app needed to download. We set up for you in 10 minutes. You could export all the data, get photo, location, description, all that stuff. And feel free to talk to Lakshmi or me afterward to get you set up with that. And last slide. Okay, thank you.
Constantly impressed. Any questions? Yes.
I was really intrigued by your statistic that between 2019 and 2020, you have so many fewer instances of pet waste.
Yes.
So what happened in between?
Yeah. Well, Silver West got $4 million to start cleaning up that part of the city. So I maybe said it quickly, but we partnered with them before the services went into effect and gathered that data. So in 2019, there was no Silver West CBD functioning. Upon launch of the CBD, right before it launched, we did this kind of baseline survey to get, this is the state of the neighborhood before these new programs were implemented. So with that data, they were able to, like I mentioned, target hotspots, get additional grants, put trash cans where they're needed most, and communicate. So after a year, we repeated the same survey as a kind of report card or checkpoint. How's the CBD doing? And that data was used, and that information was used to communicate with local constituents and residents and businesses.
So the infrastructure was changed. There was more infrastructure for people to pick up their waste.
So there's more infrastructure, I think, but most importantly, Silver West, which is a community benefit district, which gets funding to provide additional services like cleaning up, graffiti removal. Got a big inject, started operations at $4 million to start cleaning, among other things, but cleaning was one of the things. Yeah.
When you say video, you're hoping to switch over to actually continuous video for.
Yes. Yeah. Like continuous or like semi, you know, while I know that the things will be relevant. But yeah, we're already testing that. It's already pretty cool. Yeah. Any more questions online or?
We have a question online.
One question. Can anyone anywhere use your app, or is it only for specific cities?
No, our app is open to everybody as long as they have an iPhone. The web app. We're bringing the AI features there too. But what I showed earlier with the full-fledged is iOS only currently. With the web app, anyone can use that too. AI features coming soon there. One more point. We got feedback, so part of what I'm doing is like asking people to download it, give me feedback. We got feedback that our first version of when we launched this feature, the UI is a little confusing. So we're taking that feedback, revamping the UI a little bit. So what I showed you here is an unreleased version. Will be released in the next like 2 weeks or so. And then hopefully a little bit easier to use and user friendly.
We would also have an Android
future.
Yes, we're also working on Androids. Yes, of course. We love our green bubbles. I was an iOS developer for like 10 years before, so I was a little bit biased towards using that iOS at first.
Any additional questions for anyone else online?
Yes. Have you looked into how AI in your app could work in conjunction with See-Click-Fix? I think that's 311.
Sure, yeah. So we were already talking to some people about integrating into other systems. We built an ecosystem and we don't view ourselves as a replacement for existing 311 systems or See-Click-Fix systems. We know that's an impossible task for many counties, but you look at us as like either a layer on top or an additional layer of support to make See-Click-Fix and these other things even more effective and just generally make the city function better. Yeah.
So how do you, how or what does the, more or less the dashboard for a community look like? It's sort of like, what's the, once you take the photo, you get the AI,
Yeah.
it's sort of like, what would the officer get? Have you?
Great question. I could show you a lot, and we have like multiple systems. Unfortunately, I don't know. Let's see what I could show you here. If we could switch the screen share. But in the meantime, let me just speak a little bit. Since we're like pretty good software developers, there's multiple ways that people interact with our system. So some people don't even look at our app or our dashboard. They just want like, hey, let's just use these APIs. Like, you guys are good. We'll give you photos. Just give us the data. Like, tell us what the situation is, what the weight estimates are. We're actually doing a trial with food recovery organizations because they have a problem with recovering, estimating the amount of food that they recovered. And at best, they'll get a photo, but a lot of it. But then to count like 70 trays or 17 trays and estimate the weight is a big task. And it slows down their operation. So they already have their own app. They just want to use our APIs to be able to take care of that aspect of it. I'm happy to show everybody the dashboard outside. I don't think I could get to it here unless, do I have time or no? Probably not. Yeah. So let me, maybe I could quickly share my screen.
Yeah, we have about a minute.
Okay. So one pretty cool thing. This is all development, so excuse the there's a lot of junk data in here. So it works like many other apps that you can imagine. Like if you've seen any social media in the last 10 years, it looks like a kind of like almost like Snapchatting. Try and keep it real simple. And then we have two versions: a web version and a mobile version. I can show you the web version now. Or sorry, the mobile version. So you would have a team that's public or private, and then you could see where all your workers went, their locations. You could click into their routes. You could see how much time they spent in places, the amount of things that they did, and you could review their submission. So you could go into this like fun mode. Some people might recognize this UI as well. So you could say this is a valid submission, this is invalid submission. Maybe I need a second opinion, skip. And then you can rapidly go through your tickets like that and just say, this is valid, this is cool. And that could automatically integrate with your backend, or you could export the data into a CSV or Excel spreadsheet. So we try to make it really easy to use, and make some people don't even want to use a desktop app. They just want to manage everything through their mobile, depending on the size of the organization.
Right. Last call for questions?
Yes.
But if you don't have an iPhone, you can't see any of that.
No, you can see, we do have the web portal that we offer for everybody. That's available to everybody. No such thing needed. It's a separate kind of dashboard and ecosystem. We're bringing AI to that as well. So we have these two systems, which we heard a lot of feedback about. Like, I want to download an app and support all the systems. So what we did was create a web version as well. And I'm happy to share that.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
And if you'd like to see more, I know Rubbish has a table right outside the door, so feel free to catch them as you're, I need some AI to figure out what that was. So, feel free to catch them, ask some questions, things like that. and we'll be very happy to spend some time with that after the conference. So we have one final speaker today, and hopefully he's online. It looks like he is. There he is. And I'd just like to welcome him as our closing keynote for today. This has been such an amazing conference. We've had so many amazing presenters from all over, just incredible. And this is the last one. But again, don't leave right away. Stick around, and afterwards we'll do some photos, we'll do some hanging out, things like that before we leave, so we can complete enjoying our time together before we have to part ways. So I would now like to welcome to the virtual illegal dumping stage Mike Fuhrer, who has served on the Los Angeles City as the Los Angeles City Attorney, as well as the Majority Policy Leader and Judiciary Committee Chair. We learned about that yesterday from Doug. And was a member of the Los Angeles City Council, where he chaired the Budget and Finance Committee. He's taught public policy at USC, at UCLA, and practiced law at 2 of California's leading law firms. He has led numerous initiatives focused on improving neighborhood quality of life, health, and safety. Welcome, Mike.
Hi, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you. I take it that you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Well, we're in business. I'm a big giant face on that screen. Very good. So thank you all for not just inviting me, but for your commitment to this really significant issue of tackling illegal dumping. You know, as was mentioned, you know, I've held local and state office, and I know that whatever issue may be the top of the front page headline, for most people in their neighborhoods, what they care about the most is what's happening on their block. They're always asking the same questions. Is it safe to be here? Is it clean to be here? Is it healthy to be here? How do my kids feel about growing up here? And illegal dumping undermines public safety, public health, environmental quality and natural resources, and confidence in everything that we do in public service and government. And because illegal dumping is, as was discussed, so frequently concentrated in low-income communities, typically communities of color in this state, illegal dumping is a social justice issue. And we have to think comprehensively about what it takes to grapple with it. It takes collaboration, as you've been discussing again and again. It takes innovation, as we just heard. It takes resources from local and state governments. It takes tenacity. I know that speakers have focused on the importance, not just of cleaning up on a given day, but a sustained level of commitment to that site. And it takes a level of dedication that I've always said to my staff should boil down to this. With regard to illegal dumping, we should be asking, if we, each of us, lived in the affected neighborhood, how would we feel about living there, and what would we demand of our leaders to get it right? You know, as was mentioned, I served as LA City Attorney, and it may seem an unlikely place from which this might begin, but we took this on. My environmental justice unit became the leaders in a citywide task force to focus on illegal dumping, and I'm going to return to that in just a couple minutes. But first, I want to spend just a moment, even though I know you are experts, you know, reviewing why we should each care so much about this problem. It's not glamorous, but it should get us angry when trucks that conceal their license plates or remove them pull into our neighborhoods in the dead of night and jettison everything from toxic liquids to metal and other wood debris. And they're all, as we know, they're trying to avoid paying fees for disposing what they have legally. And what should really gall us is they think they can get away with it because in most of the neighborhoods where they do it, they think that neither residents nor government really cares. We know this tends to happen, as I said earlier, in low-income communities, certainly in the cities around our state. And these neighborhoods are very densely populated. There are many, many people living in each apartment. They're generating more trash than bins can hold. Evictions are more prevalent in these communities. And that leads displaced tenants to abandon household goods on the street. And we've seen it all, right? We've seen furniture and refrigerators and piles of lumber and tires and liquids that contain toxic chemicals. And this can happen in front of businesses as well as in alleys and in urban waterways and in residential neighborhoods. And it's the consequences of this that aren't necessarily often focused on by policymakers when they grapple with budgets in cities and counties. It's just not glamorous, as I said. The consequences need to alarm every policymaker and every one of us and every community. Because when we talk about illegal dumping, as you will in a committee hearing, in a budget process, advocating to a community group, public health and public and environmental quality are at risk, right? Because illegal dumping draws rats and insects that carry disease. There are toxins that we all know about that are found at dump sites, from chromium to lead, that impair childhood brain development, cause cancer, and so forth. It's a public safety issue because we know that when a neighborhood is pervaded with illegal dumping, it sends a sense of lawlessness to everyone who might be in that neighborhood. And it creates fire hazards. Illegal dumping undermines economic development. Here in Los Angeles, where I live, there was a news article recently about what was happening, illegal dumping in a neighborhood. A realtor there literally said, I've set up property tours. I'm standing out there trying to meet someone. And she said, they pretty much do a U-turn because of the way it looks. Deterring businesses, deterring people from being residents in these neighborhoods. And it leaves neighbors and residents, often in these low-income communities, really angry and feeling ignored. And think if you're a kid in these neighborhoods. A neighborhood council member in Los Angeles, as an unelected volunteer who's involved in the neighborhood, said this: kids walk right past all this trash like it's normal. It's an unconscious psychological pain, he said. It makes a person feel less than. And then there are impacts that professionals, we might talk about behind closed doors, but not often publicly. Here's what a Los Angeles city garbage truck operator said to the local newspaper here, speaking anonymously. He said his base operations is in South Los Angeles, where a lot of dumping occurs. He said, who honestly wants to go above and beyond? Because when I pick it up today and come back tomorrow, there's going to be twice as much. It makes people feel like their work is futile, and it leads residents to lack faith in leaders. So what has to be done? You know, you've been hearing about a variety of strategies, but let's begin with where you just left off. A data-driven approach needs to be the order of the day. AI can be a part of that. It's essential. Let's be clear, you know, we're going to talk more. I'll mention hotlines and going online and rewards and stuff for individual complaints. But it's most fair not to have the loudest voices necessarily dictate where we focus our resources, but where the data says the resources are needed the most. It's the most fair, it's the most efficient, and ultimately inspires public confidence that this is an objective process designed to deal with often long ignored neighborhoods. The best approaches are collaborative. That's why we're here. That's why you're working together in teams. And collaboration means interdepartmental. It means intra-city or county. It means reaching across city, county, state, regional lines. It also means public-private partnerships, and it means deeply engaging residents. The best practices are comprehensive. Obviously, investigations and daily cleanups and expanding disposal options for everybody. Administrative citations and judicial enforcement are also keys. People need to know there are consequences if you engage in illegal dumping. And technology, as I mentioned, is increasingly going to be important. You had an AI presentation a moment ago, you know, surveillance strategies we know about, cameras. By the way, we talk about having cameras placed. Those cameras are only as good as the staffing reviewing the footage. So many jurisdictions post cameras, but they don't have the personnel to review what actually the cameras depict. You know, lighting and fencing and signage are important, but tenacity is really important. You heard the discussion earlier of the 3 E's earlier. It's one thing to eradicate the problem, but unless you return to that location, unless you educate the community, unless you engage in enforcement, that one-off eradication effort is not going to sustain a level of cleanliness there. And we found engaging the private sector and communities is vital. I want to conclude by talking about our experience in Los Angeles. You know, it might really seem kind of weird that a city attorney would have led an effort to deal with illegal dumping, but we did. As I mentioned, our environmental justice unit did that. And here are some statistics that could tell you how compelling this is. 2/3 of the 600,000 annual requests to our Board of Sanitation were for illegal dumping. 400,000 annual requests. 7,500 tons of dump material were collected. It cost the city millions of dollars a year. So our unit decided not to tell people publicly where the first 9 locations would be to avoid people simply dumping in other locations. We just said the general neighborhood where that work would do. We engaged extensively with multiple agencies at every jurisdictional level, and we were able to engender key cooperation from businesses and from neighborhoods. And the prosecutions that followed sent a strong message. Then the mayor's office followed with a data-driven approach to the whole city, identifying the dirtiest areas of the city. So look, as we conclude here, I just want to say, you have been devoted to identifying ways to work across lines that frequently silo us from each other to make sure that this issue gets tackled. But I'm trying to convey a sense of passion about this, a sense that local leaders need to be taken by the lapel sometimes and redirected from what appears to be the more sexy issue of the day to this quality of life, public safety, public health issue that really drives what matters in a given neighborhood. And I mentioned, this is an issue as not just of quality of life, it's a social justice issue when the neighborhoods that confront this problem typically confront the most serious other urban issues we have. Thanks for having me today. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Really appreciate you joining us from Los Angeles and for everything you've brought. One more round of applause.
Thanks very much, guys. Thank you for having me.
Tenacity. Tenacity is what matters. That's going to stick with me for a long time. So welcome to the end of the Illegal Dumping Conference. We've had 21 presentations over the last 2 days, 21. Who here learned something today? Who here learned 2 things today? I didn't see any hands go down. Amazing. This is always one of my favorite events of the year. And I just feel so blessed to be in this room with so many people who are working every day to make a difference, and to be able to share your work and highlight it on a statewide level is truly a blessing. And so I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for everything that you do, for coming here, for sharing your work, for sharing your passion, your tenacity, and I'm going to take that with me for the next year until we get back together again. So as we come to the end of the 4th Annual Statewide Conference on Illegal Dumping, once again, I want to thank our title sponsor, Waste Management. They brought us here. They put us through, like I said, 21 presentations. So we wouldn't have been able to do that without them, and we really appreciate that. We appreciate the City of Fremont, California Waste Solutions, Beautify San Jose, East Bay Mud, Stop Waste, and the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee and the Beautification Council. If we can have one final round of applause for all of our sponsors for helping to make this happen, for bringing us together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks to all of you for attending. I'd like to welcome for some final remarks, the man who brought us together, who made this happen, who keeps pushing me every year to make this better. And I keep saying, how? How are we going to do that? So we'll keep doing it, though, as long as he's here and pushing it, because I know that this is a major passion of his. We share that passion together. And so please welcome for one final time, Supervisor Nate Miley.
Well, thanks, Aaron. Wow. I mean, I think the last speaker just said it all. That was really tremendous. My goodness. It just kind of really pulled everything together over the last 2 days, because there have been a number of themes that have run through the conference over the last 2 days, and I just think the last speaker just really capsulized it all very well. So, and I'm just kind of delighted folks are already thinking about IDCon 2025. It's like, my goodness. I mean, all right, so we're, yes, all right. So IDTAC and others of you who are interested in helping us plan for next year, please let Aaron know, because we're going to try to see how we can raise the bar in 21 presentations this year. So we'll be very interested in hearing your feedback, your evaluation, because we do get the information in, and Aaron shares that at one of the illegal dumping task force meetings that are held monthly. So we'll be sharing all that with you as well. But thanks for coming. Those of you who came out from out of the area, thanks for flying in, driving in. We've lost some folks. We still have about 100 of us still here. I think Aaron said we started with about 300. So we still have a good third of our conference attendees, and we'll start considering and pondering what we can do going forward in terms of trying to pursue some of these ideas of addressing illegal dumping. Because I really do think, I know we were talking to a reporter earlier today, and I mean, the illegal dumping, I think it's the underpinning of a lot of our concerns. So if we can address that, and it's not going to make the world resolve all of our problems and issues, but it will make the world and our corner of the world a little better place to live in. So I know Aaron wants to get some pictures too, so don't rush out, because I think we're going to get pictures of all of us up here. But once again, thank you all. Travel safe.
Thank you, Supervisor Miley. And just a couple reminders before we go. I will be sending out a post-conference survey to everyone who registered for the conference. So please do fill that out. We took all that feedback last year, and we used that to help make each year a little bit better. And so we used a lot of that feedback in informing what we would do this year, and we'll do the same thing for next year. Stick around for a little bit, network, go and figure out how to, get into that web portal for rubbish, and let's get a photo. But just one final round of applause for everyone who's here, who helped make this happen today. To Jasmine, who helped me with all of the organization. To Mel in the back, who ran everything. Claudia, our cameraman. Ashley, who's given us the timekeeping, and Supervisor Miley, who brought us all together. Thanks again, and we look forward to seeing you next year at IDCon24. Thanks so much.